weakest, stupidest shit I've ever seen, dude. What a fucking clown. Weak man. Alrighty. So I wanted to pop on because I stumbled onto the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen with Smokey's little attempt here to, you know, cry wolf and play innocent. And man, what a fucking clown show this fucking dude is. You think you're clever. You think you're slick, don't you, Smokey? This is the most laughable shit I've ever seen, dude. You are the most weak-minded fucking retard. Ugh. You know what I mean? What a pathetic fucking human being you are, straight up. I totally dislike Smokey, Will Kincaid. Your wife is disgusting. You're just fucking unbelievably disgusting fucking people. Straight up. I've lost all respect for Lowe. Sorry, there's nothing about you I like either that you're going to sit here and support this fucking nonsense. You know what I mean? If you guys want to go participate in delusion, there's nothing Christian about that, period. So, anyhow, again, Josh or Smokey, you're not a man. You're just not even a man. You cannot accept any responsibility for your actions whatsoever. You're a fucking loser, dude. You're going to remain a child in your mind till your death. So, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and post that. Pin it. So, I'm going to share with you the fucking stupidest shit I've ever seen. What a fucking weak-minded dumbass. So, anyhow, let me share. This shit is just fucking hilarious. It is so pathetic that this guy thinks he's getting anybody. So I stumbled onto this on Dumbass's channel, and this is, Josh or Carl or whatever the fuck he wants to call himself. His attempt to proclaim innocent that, this other character that obviously is not Smokey. This Josh guy is so innocent that, Smokey seems to know every single detail about the case. I mean, this is hilarious, dude. But it's not him. It is not.
Spun into a grotesque tapestry of gobbledygook by the likes of fiction.
This little show that Smokey or Will or whoever made. This little fake documentary type thing. So, anyhow, trying to sell this hard. And it's just laughable. So, we'll go through it before we, use common sense to tear this bullshit apart. And, just to show what a manipulative little fucking worm Smokey is. Oh, man.
Even more that I can show. I've got a whole the file jacket from hell that you guys always talk about. Guess who's got all 800 pages, fucker? Yeah, I know. We can be sure they're still watching. Anyway, here it is.
Me Too movement began in 2006.
Well, we'll keep it. I'll bring it back to the beginning. So, sorry.
And hold on, before this really gets rolling, I just want to point out here. Okay, so you can either take Smokey's little bullshit show and hit Smokey's word for it that she was actually like 15 or 16 when I had sex with her. Well, she's still underage, dumbass. But, here we go. You can either take Josh's word for it, or for some reason the court decided the victim's age was 13. So the court obviously had some evidence, some record of what this girl's age was, just to eliminate all of the confusion for you. It's fucking obvious, dude. Yeah. Am I gonna take the guy who done it's word for it against what the actual court record shows? Absolutely. Unless you're a fucking retard.
Such an asshole.
Anyway. We're gonna get to that.
We're gonna get to this.
You don't even know. You don't even know how the fucking system works. You have no
None
idea.
of them do. None of them do, but they're going to learn tonight.
This is Smokey's thing, so I'm just gonna put my feet up and I'm gonna press pause if he asks me to press pause.
This is Smoke.
All right,
so
everybody
this is
shut
Smokey's little production.
your goddamn mics off. This is Carl time.
This is Carl time, so I guess Smokey goes by Carl now. Probably because he has a record of Joshua Herbell. You know, so cute too that it's, Karl Marx. You're a fucking genius.
No, you don't. Shut the fuck up and learn something. It is a
Nobody's
zoo.
gonna learn anything from your sorry ass.
The hashtag #MeToo movement began in 2006 when Tarana Burke, an American activist, coined the phrase Me Too to support survivors of sexual violence, particularly women of color. It gained global prominence in 2017 after actress Alyssa Milano tweeted the hashtag, encouraging survivors to share their stories, sparking a viral movement. Key proponents include Tarana Burke, founder, focused on grassroots activism and survivor support. Alyssa Milano amplified the hashtag, bringing mainstream attention. All of this craze during the height of the movement poisons the well and is tantamount to witness tampering and jury nullification. Eliza Blue, an anti-sex trafficking advocate, claimed to be a survivor of human trafficking and sexual abuse. In 2000,
This is fucking hilarious to me. So, somehow Smokey in his fucking narcissistic brain, he's trying to compare himself to some famous person that this 13-year-old girl that she was had something to gain for coming out with this story because of the fame of Smokey Saint. What a fucking retard. You're in such delusion. It is pathetic.
2023, she faced accusations of lying about her experiences,
That's this little
particularly
narrative he's
from
trying to
YouTubers
paint
Brittany
with this
Venti
fake-ass
and Jeremy
documentary
Hambley,
shit.
The Quartering, who questioned her narrative's consistency and lack of verifiable details. Blue's advocacy led to her prominence on platforms like Tim Pool's show, but critics alleged she fabricated her story for clout or financial gain. Venti and
That's what this girl was doing. She was trying to frame Smokey for clout and fame, you know what I mean? And financial gain. That's his narrative here. It's fucking stupid. Like, are you 13 years old in your fucking brain, Smokey, you moron?
Hambley's suspensions from YouTube, reportedly linked to Blue's influence, fueled accusations of censorship, further escalating the controversy. Blue's supporters argue she is a legitimate advocate, while detractors point to discrepancies like vague timelines or unverifiable trafficking claims as evidence.
And tell me this Will guy, his little avatar even looks like, yeah, I sucked Smokey's dick.
of deception.
Got a little of that
The
demon
case
semen
remains
all up on my
unresolved,
chin.
with no court or official body ruling on her credibility. But it does, however, seem Miss Blue's idea of being trafficked is essentially being forced to sit at a red light just a little too long. Emma Solkowitz, Amber Heard, E. Jean Cowell, the list of false accusations go on.
Try this 6-second method tonight to reverse your vision problems while you sleep. If you wear glasses,
On and on and on, from women lying for either clout or profit.
For either clout or profit. What clout or profit would she stand to gain, Smokey? Fucking stupid.
Burke herself has addressed the importance of believing survivors, stating in a 2018 NBC interview, "People do not often lie about sexual abuse," emphasizing the rarity of false claims in her view. She has also navigated backlash against the movement, defending it
Now,
as
this is the curse of the liars, that the liar will believe their own lies. And that's really what Smokey has done, is he's spun his own little web around himself, because he had to lie to all the women in his life, his mom, his sister, of all of his innocence, and they bought his fucking bullshit. So that's why he can never change position. He's trapped into this fucking position, and he can't ever let it crumble, or else then even all of the women in his life are gonna realize what a fucking pervert he is.
not a witch hunt, and advocating for a focus on survivors, healing rather than solely on perpetrators. To date, not a single shred of credible evidence or proof has been presented to the public to prove her claims. Flash forward to 2017, when Joshua Nathan Marks Herbell of Southern California was accused in much the same vein.
This dude just looks exactly like Smokey fucking Saint. But it ain't me. Wasn't me.
As the aforementioned women previous. But
What's up, Bob? Your mic's muted, Bob. Alrighty.
by a woman in her early 30s in North Carolina. This is the topic of today's video essay, and this is his story. The woman in question, who we will call for our purposes today Satori, quote unquote, alleged that when she was 13 years old in 2004, Josh started an intimate sexual relationship with her that was illicit.
Hold on, because I don't know anything about this Gaia bullshit, so I want to just really quick look this up. Gaia. Oh, whoops. Gaia. Is this it? I don't know. Gaia game. I'm going to put game. Are you able to hear me, Bob? Oh, whoops. What is the name of this piece of shit? Hold on. Gaia. Isn't that what I put?
Hello?
What's up, Bob?
Ah, you can hear me. Okay.
Uh-huh. Now I can.
Yeah,
So they're
Gaia
going to-
is a meeting place for
So-
meetups on the internet, I think. Yeah.
Gaia. Why do I feel like I'm fucking spelling this wrong? What is wrong with my brain? Gaia. Gaia. Man, fucking, I'm part retarded. GI game. Because it looks like it's some kind of game. Dare to
Yeah, I
wander
think-
freely. Build your discernment. What the fuck is this? This has got to be it. Yeah, this looks more what it is. So what is this shit? You know, because, 18-year-olds and shit, love to fuck around with lame shit like this. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Let's see. Gaia. Let's do this. When was Gaia Online founded? February 18th, 2003. Originally named Go Gaia, it was created, and this site later rebranded to Gaia Online 2004. So I'm sure that's a detail that's being left out of Smokey's little story. You know what I mean? Because he always sits there and says, well, Gaia Online wasn't even around till 2004. Oh, but it
Why did
was. something
Why
else
do they,
in 2003.
why do they need all that information anyway?
Why do I need it?
No, why does he need all that information in order to put it out there?
Oh yeah, why are you so concerned with this other guy that's not you, Josh Herbel's fucking case? You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
So, anyways, I mean, dude, you're so obvious. It's pathetic.
Well, he thinks everybody else is stupid, doesn't he?
He really does. He's so in love with himself. It's fucking retarded. I mean, he's gone to full on retardation. So that's the whole problem with that narcissistic type of behavior, man. Him and Ryan both got it. You know what I mean? So anyhow, I don't understand why nobody likes me because you're a fucking asshole. That's why.
Illegal and predatory in nature, sending inappropriate messages of a sexual nature to her on a website called Gaia Online.
Because who else but children is going to be on Gaia Online? Period. End of fucking argument. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, with graphics like that, yeah.
When I was a teenager and shit, I don't want to sit on Gaia Online. I want to go meet chicks. Real chicks. You know what I mean? Give me a break. What a fucking nerdy loser you are to ever be on this fucking thing. At 21 years old, you're a fucking loser. Period. If you ever logged into Gaia Online above the age of fucking 13, you're a fucking loser.
According to one of her provided witnesses in a post interview on a channel called Thick Shades, her mother reported that she knew about the
Has
relationship.
anybody ever seen this, the mother sitting there saying, yeah, I was totally cool with it, or any interview with the mother? If anybody can, provide me that video, I'd like to see it. So, anyways, because
Apparently, she didn't actually know.
yeah, the girl said in the interview her parents absolutely did not know that they even lied and everything for her to even be able to go hang out with him and stuff. So, absolutely in opposition to what the girl claims is Smokey's fucking claim. So, if anybody can produce some video of the girl's mother sitting there saying, oh, I was cool with it or whatever, or even, knew about it, any interview with the mother, I'd like to hear it. So, just to continue to destroy Smokey's whole false narrative, I'm innocent bullshit. You're not innocent, dude. Nobody buys your bullshit. Nobody thinks you're fucking smart. Sorry.
But did not approve. Joshua was facing 25 years in federal prison and a
But of
lifetime
course, I'm not Joshua. But so I decided to do this whole fucking little documentary video here about Joshua's whole life. It's fucking just laughable. Like, how stupid do you think people are, Josh?
on the sex offenders registry list. And at that time in 2017, over a decade later, and in fact almost 2 decades later, he pled guilty to indecent liberties with a minor, getting what was essentially a slap on the wrist. There's just a few problems with that, which brings us to problem number 1, Shelley's actual age. According to her Gaia Online account, she was born on October 25th, and according to her Final Fantasy XIV account, she was born in the year 1989.
Okay. So
Why does he
according
need
to...
to know that?
Yeah.
Why does he need to know any of that?
Well, see, this is where, this is where he's starting to try to build his bullshit fucking narrative here with claiming, according to her Final Fantasy profile, she was born in 1989. Well, does that mean it?
No.
Does that mean it's her real age, you fucking idiot? Maybe you had to be a certain age or something, You know what I mean? She doesn't have to put in exact details to log on to fucking Fantasy Online. If there's an age thingy for full Final Fantasy Online, because it's, I don't know, whatever reason,
Well, you can
uh,
type whatever you want in
you can
because
put
you
in
don't
whatever
need
the
your
fuck
ID.
you want.
Yeah,
Absolutely. So,
yeah.
again, this fucking clown show thinks everybody's fucking dumb. It is
Yeah, they're all
pathetic.
stupid.
You're so fucking retarded, you dumb motherfucker, Smokey. You and your little cocksucker, Will Kincaid. Fucking lameness. Pure lameness. So here it is, according to the court documents, for this fucking loser piece of shit. The victim's age was 13. You think they would have found out what her fucking birth date was?
Yeah.
You think
They
the
would have.
court might have wanted to know what her fucking birth date was? You fucking dumbass. You're such a fucking clown. I would fucking love to spit on you, you piece of shit. Would love to. Oh, and would I? I would love to just fucking break this clown apart. I really would.
which would make her 15 years old in 2004. Except
Oh, well, that makes it okay then. She was only, 15 when I fucked her. As a 21-year-old man. It's okay. Fucking
she said
clown.
that she started dating him in one of the interviews that she did with the agent hearing her case, that she started dating Joshua when he was in college. The problem with this, Joshua didn't enroll in said college until August 2005.
I mean, who are these people? He just grabbed some fucking lame ass picture out of nowhere and presents these guys like, none of these are you, Josh.
Which
So.
would make her 16, not 13. So, to reiterate, she would actually be 15 in 2004 and 16 in 2005, the year she started dating Josh over the internet.
So his name is Josh.
Which leads us into problem number two.
Yeah. See, I mean, he doesn't even realize, he gives himself away over and over and over again. You know what I mean? He really does. It's hilarious. Why would you know so much about this fucking other guy that ain't you's life?
Yeah, I mean that's weird. If Smokey's so moral, he wouldn't be in the same circles as a twat like that.
Well, I mean, you can go ahead and see. I Googled Brandon Irish before, and there's some fucking sex offender Brandon Irish dude.
Oh.
Luckily, if you scroll down a little bit, you see my fucking me actually pop up. And
Is that you? Then?
yeah, so I don't know. There's some dude in like fucking I don't know. I can't even remember like Oregon or I don't think
Yeah.
Oregon. It was some other state.
You've got beady eyes.
Huh?
you, you've got beady eyes.
I've got BDI.
Beady eyes, beady like little gimlets.
Oh, beady eyes. He has beady eyes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I was, when I was 21 and shit, I was DJing at a titty bar. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So I didn't need to go chasing fucking 13-year-old little girls. Promise you that.
Yeah.
I always had good shit.
2. Discovery. In the sealed file jacket, there are a number of alleged proofs of this said indecent liberty. One
So
of those
just to be clear for the audience here, so Josh's whole narrative here is built on the age put into Final Fantasy IV, not her actual age.
Yeah.
Just to be clear. And Lo, I hope you're listening so you can start fucking putting two and two together, retard, and quit buying this fucking idiot motherfucker's bullshit. Yeah,
Brandon,
you're
I know
marrying
it's
a
not,
fucking pervert, loser.
Brandon, Ryan knows all this stuff. He
Of
knows all of
course.
this from two, maybe 3 years ago now.
Sure. Well, yeah, this is, we're watching all of this on Ryan's fucking bullshit channel that he
Oh,
just
right. Oh,
sits here and makes
oh,
content or whatever from everyone else's content,
yeah.
which is absolute copyright infringement, you fucking moron. But, Ryan in his genius legal mind should
He
already
thinks
know
it gives
that.
him. He thinks it gives him power.
It's whatever, man. Whatever you think
Yeah,
if you think you're intimidating anyone or anything, you're
yeah,
in
yeah.
total fucking fantasy land, retard. Total. You guys are so delusional. It is fucking astounding to me that, and being born again, the first thing you receive is a sound mind, according to scripture. Do either of these retards appear to be of sound mind? Smokey actually believes in his fucking brain that people buy this bullshit? It's fucking it is hilarious to me. So, anyways, whatever, man. No one's buying your bullshit, Smokey, at all.
Proves is, according to Sasori, a text message communication through Gaia Online's private direct messaging system.
So I show you
When
one
Gaia
little,
Online
one little clip of some of the messages we have, and where he says here, the kind of stuff pervs tell me. What is? I can barely read this. So, anyhow, oh geez, I don't sound like a perv? Question mark. How could you? Anyway, I can barely make any of this shit out. But dude, still, with if anybody's talking about perv or anything like that, you already know we're drifting into sexual fucking innuendo, dude. It's obvious. So thanks for showing us one little clip that goes ahead and incriminates you anyway. Because why we gotta have perv shit? PERV. That part's pretty clear. And right here, PERVS, the kind of stuff pervs tell me. Okay, so, obviously we're getting into sexual innuendo within this fucking innocent little text you provided us here, Smokey the dumbass.
was subpoenaed for these alleged communications, they came up with absolutely nothing. The only communications that she had that even approached something kind of even sort of like evidence was a Windows Notepad file with a collection of alleged correspondence between herself and Joshua. In discovery, she also alleges that sexual images were traded as well as video communication. The issue with that is that Gaia Online never supported images or live streaming in the year she alleges that this incident.
So, who says that she alleged that they were sharing images on Gaia? What if they were sharing images on email? You certainly could have shared images by email in 2003, no problemo. You know what I'm saying?
You could have private chats and stuff.
Yeah. There were plenty of ways to share images. Don't forget. I mean, this is the lamest fucking case. This guy is, really like 13 years old in his brain, thinking he's fucking pulling off this lie. And you just look ridiculous, dude.
That this incident even occurred. And, in fact, Gaia Online has never supported private.
Yeah, because, people with driver's licenses jump on this kind of fucking bullshit. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't even know any girls at 16 in 2003 that would be playing a fucking lame game like this. You know what I'm saying? This is shit for children. Straight up.
Image sharing or video sharing through direct messages and still doesn't do this to this day.
I mean, isn't there something automatically suspicious? Why would a 21-year-old man be logging on to this fucking weird little kid shit? You know what I'm saying? Unless your intention is to meet really young girls. You should never even be logging into this weird shit in the first place, Josh. You fucking weirdo.
According to Wikipedia, Grok, ChatGPT, and an extensive series of Google searches, the first IRC communication software available with live video sharing available to the public at the time was AOL Instant Messenger, specifically AIM 6.0, that released back in 2007.
Let's just look real quick here. When was the earliest date on the internet that image to image sharing in messages and chat and stuff? When was the first year that was available? Early foundations, 1980s to early 90s. So
Yeah,
Josh
that
is,
early.
yeah, Josh is trying to claim that internet relay chat wasn't available until 2004.
Well, it
Again,
had to be because CERN created the internet basically, so they could communicate scientific ideas and whatever.
sure, you can go
Yeah,
back to the, like like the 40s. They were already building, networking and shit with computers and stuff back when the computers were friggin' huge. You know
yeah.
what I mean? So they were as big as a refrigerator. So, anyways, that's why it's just ridiculous that this dude, you know what I mean? He thinks he's fucking convincing anybody on YouTube. And now your whole little group looks like a fucking bunch of clowns. Your Will Kincaid and whoever else, sucks Smokey's dick. It's fucking pathetic. Anyway, 1988. IRC chats, but no images. 1996 plus image sending was 1996. Late 90s to 2000s, it's common. It's common by the year 2000. So again, Smokey's little case is just falling apart bit by bit. With anyone
Well,
with some common sense, anyway.
yeah. Why does he need one?
Why did he need one
Really?
what?
Okay, why does he need to go through all this rigmarole
Sure.
to prove all this stuff, so called?
Yeah, because it's probably, messing with his whole career to, make money being a Bible teacher or some shit. So, yeah, I mean, he does have like some little weird following, so he obviously has some kind of
Oh
charisma.
yeah,
I don't see it. It
yeah.
doesn't, yeah. I've never ever seen it, but anyways, for some reason, this Will Kincaid guy, for example, he's all over fucking Smokey's jock.
Well, you've got
In a feature
Oh,
called
News
sorry.
Unit. You've got Ryan and News Unit Sweet Friends.
Yeah, it's, very strange to me, but hey, something going on there. You know what I mean? Birds of a feather seem to flock together. So, anyway, I don't know what's up with that. I've always been like Dave, like, why do you like this fucking dude? I can't stand him. He's so in love
I,
with himself, it's disgusting. And maybe
I,
that, narcissistic behavior is why they're friends and why
I
Ryan
like that
is,
jacket.
that's the one common denominator I see is total fucking narcissistic me, me, me. It's all about me. I want to hear about me. Let's talk about me. You know what I'm saying? They have that in common.
called AV by AIM, enabling real-time video chats. And we'd like to remind the user again that this would make her 18 years old in 2007 when this feature was first released to the internet at large.
If of course she was telling her true age on Final Fantasy IV. What a fucking moron.
And incidentally, that would make her 13 years old in 2003 when Gaia Online first launched in February of that year, which is likely where the misremembering, or in our estimation, an outright fabrication of where the allegation of the incident happened when she was 13 gets its roots. And while we're on...
Okay, the idea that she was 13, that's where it gets its roots. Well, for some reason, the courts decided to go with age 13 for some fucking abstract reason. You fucking moron. It's just beyond stupid, dude. You're just such a fucking idiot. And this guy thinks he's fucking super smart. It is fucking ridiculous, dude. You need to... I hate to be the popper of your fucking little red balloon, dum-dum. But you ain't smart. You ain't slick. This is fucking... You're just ridiculous to me. You have the mind of a fucking 13-year-old. To me.
On it, she also alleges that Joshua sent her a sex toy resembling the male appendage and a copy of a, quote, Star Ocean Till the End of Time strategy guide, whose print date reads February 27th, 2003, making her 14 years old. But again,
if you could pause right there
she
real
said
quick,
she didn't
William.
start dating him.
In fact, actually...
Wait for it. It's coming.
Okay, go ahead.
Until 2005.
Oh, I'm not sure why it didn't. Okay, well, the print date was on screen.
Yeah, so it was September 4th, I believe, of 2004. So it would have been a month before she turned 15, which means her entire story has to take place at least after this, when she claims that the entire story took place before this. It's just...
If, of course, she was telling the truth on the Final Fantasy IV registration.
One of many details that does not fit the muddled timeline. So it's a desperation to take a perfectly legal, above board relationship that even her parents were completely aware of and come back 20 years after the fact and try and turn someone into a predator who isn't. So anyway, continue.
Who isn't? Whatever.
When she was...
It is so hilarious. Like, he really in his fucking brain thinks that he is squeezing through the door of reasonable doubt. Not here, dude.
16. But even more remarkable than the things that are in Discovery are the things that aren't in Discovery, such as hotel records, phone records, records from any electronic messaging system, and even more incredibly, the utter lack of actual witnesses. Which is our now third problem. All the witness testimony appears to be hearsay. In fact, she said that in the interview with the special agent on the case that she didn't want to include her parents, but used her brother and two of her friends as witnesses for the event taking place. The biggest and most glaring problem with this, in the interviews with the said witnesses, which, by the way, the agent told her to prepare them for in regards to the actual interview. Every last one of those witnesses' testimonies is entirely of a nature of repeating what Shelley had only just recently told them between the interview that she had with the agent and their respective interviews, making this, in our opinion, allegedly, utterly and irrevocably unreliable witness testimony, as well as wild speculation and, as I mentioned earlier, probably hearsay. The very fact that allegedly Joshua sent a copy of his ID to Satori's father and again her own mother's testimony that she knew about the relationship but, quote, didn't approve, just goes to show that if Joshua was indeed in a relationship with this person, very clearly wasn't trying to hide anything. He very clearly didn't
Here,
feel
let's
like
really
the alleged
quick. I want to go to, where is Thick Shade's channel? Oh, that's the other group. I'm going to reach out to these guys. You know, I guess Ryan had been harassing them as well. So, anyhow, let's see. Ding, 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 ding. Let's see. What is Sam's? What was his Sam I Am or something? Hold on, let me just do this. Let's go. Boom. You can just put in Josh Herbell. Oops. There we go. Uncle Sam I Am. Let's see here. See if Sam's got anything on the mother. Let's see. Let's go to videos. Yeah, old Spud's getting themselves in all kinds of trouble. Let's see. He had it under Q&A. Let me see. Q&A.
So nutty, clearly operating on limited cognitive resources, asked.
So I'll ask you this question again. Is it okay to direct hardcore animated pornography towards very young children using a brand name like Pokemon.net? Yes or no?
Is it okay? Seriously? What kind of question is that, mate? Are you
I
into...
don't even know what the fuck that's all about. Anyway.
You know what I mean? He'll do all this kind of stuff, but then you say something like, hey, the guy who sounds like you and also looks like you on the Jesse Lee Peterson show.
And let's not forget the name exactly the same from the first name, middle name, his last name, exactly all the same. The age exactly the same. The birthday is exactly the same.
It'd be the most
that she said
amazing
was
coincidence in history that, yeah, some other dude that named Josh Herbell just looks, sounds, everything like Smokey, lives in the same city as Smokey, everything lives in the same house as Smokey. But it's not Smokey. It's not him. I mean, you know, give me a break. Anyhow, I want to hear the mom interview. Let's try. Let me just put in mom. Anything come up? Okay, here we go.
Really is an
You know what was
astounding
astounding is in the interview that Thick Shades had. What astounded me was the fact that she said in that little interview that she still kind of has feelings for you.
Isn't that a disgusting fucking thing to say, by the way? Isn't that a fucking
no, it
wretched,
actually makes a
disgusting,
lot of
mentally
sense.
sick? No, it doesn't. No, think about that. Think about that. Here's this guy who took advantage of and preyed upon me, but I still love him. And my parents knew about it and were totally fine with it, didn't do anything to stop it. But please don't prosecute them for any crimes. They didn't do anything wrong, even though they basically let me be taken advantage of by a dangerous predator. But please don't punish them for any
See,
effect.
notice how he always has to sit there and try to talk over you so you can't call his bullshit. And he thinks he's slick. He thinks he's smart. It's hilarious.
They didn't do
I have never
anything
met a more deluded person in my life.
wrong.
Yeah, but now you're trying.
When you have the thing is, Brandon, when you have line after line after line after line.
Dude, enough, Smokey. I watched the whole interview, dude. The girl even says her parents didn't know about the fucking relationship. You guys had to lie to the parents for you to be able to see her. All of the filthy details are in this whole interview, dude. So do not expect me to sit here and pretend with you. I'm saying I'm trying to address a real issue.
You just contradicted yourself.
How did
you just contradicted yourself? See, you just said the parents said they didn't know. The parents didn't know.
That's what she said in the interview.
And then later on, when she called her mother, and her mother says, "Oh no, we knew. We just didn't stop it. Oh no, we knew, but we didn't approve." So tell me, Brandon. And now this was something I pointed out for you and Praise and Rob Reed and everyone else. Maybe you
said they knew, but they didn't approve. Let's back that up. Bing, bing.
Oh, we knew. We just said they didn't know. The parents didn't know.
That's what she said in the interview.
And then later on, when she called her mother, and her mother says, "Oh no, we knew. We just didn't stop it. Oh no, we knew, but we didn't approve."
Oh no, we knew, but we didn't approve. Well, that's would make sense as to why you had to lie to the parents to even see the girl. You see, you just contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself in the midst of you fucking trying to gaslight me, you retard. Dude, what a clown. You're such a clown. If you were ever gonna if you were ever gonna have like a criminal gang, Josh would not be the kind of guy you'd want on your crew, because he'll get you all fucking popped. You know what I mean? What an idiot.
So tell me, Brandon, and now this was something I pointed out for you and Praise and Rob Reed and everyone else. Maybe you can answer. Which one was lying?
If you had known about how old he was, is there any way in hell that you would have consented to me having a relationship with him?
No.
Oh, well, there it is. Hey, thank you. I clicked onto the correct video. So here's Josh again, lying through his fucking teeth. Here we go. I love this shit. You're such a dumbass, Smokey. It is pathetic. You know what I mean? This is why, dude. Yeah, Christians are not going to buy your bullshit. And that's the end of the fucking story right there, dude. We all know. You're not slick. What was that?
Which
who was lying? You or the girl?
Okay, so both things can't be true, right?
With him about how old he was, is there any way in hell that you would have consented to me having a relationship with him?
No. What was that?
Which
who was lying? You or the girl?
Okay, so both things can't be true, right? The parents either knew or they didn't know.
What up? Who's known by God? Is that you, Isaac?
Yeah.
Well, hey, you're welcome to be here if you can, behave yourself.
Well, I have a question to ask you.
Sure.
If someone was to say, think about children. If children went around making an internet, like Club Penguin, do you remember the site called Club Penguin?
No.
Now,
Never
kids,
heard of it.
there'd be adults that were on that channel as well. And what I'm going to try to explain to you is something I don't know if you understand. That a lot of children were to lie about their ages. When you said about the Final Fantasy 14 and they say, well, that might not be her age. Well, that goes to show you she has lied about her age at one time, even if she has a problem with how old she is. With that being said, you have to understand another thing, that basically when Smokey is saying that the parents didn't care or that they did know and that they just didn't care, or that Satori was also lying saying that she was lying to her parents. Now, if the parents didn't know and they were okay with it, why did they lie in general to cover it up? Now, the parents didn't lie, but Satori did. So here's the thing that's really kind of crazy. We're going to get mad at everything else, but the parents that is with their children should have had 100% watch. If my kids were online, especially online on the internet in 2000, at least in 2000, I would have at least put some parental guidance on it. With that being said, now the internet was just introduced. So a lot of these things that were just happening, a lot of people didn't know how to react or how to respond to it.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, 2000 was when the internet was really booming. Well, I'm trying to tell you something. In 2000 was when the internet started booming and taking off.
The internet came out in the 80s, bro.
Yes, but I'm telling you, in 2000 is when it took off. That's when Facebook, that's when social media started going about.
When I was still in high school. Yeah, we were going online when I was in high school. I graduated in 92.
I'm trying to tell you. Yes, and I'm trying to tell you something, that social media was not a real thing yet. People were talking on the media, but they never had a moment where they could talk to each other. You got to understand, you're not listening. Now, again, when these things happen,
you're not listening. Right here. Look.
Children lied about their
Yeah, listen though. Here, when
okay,
was the
let me tell you this.
Date?
When you had to have a mic.
Just stop for 1 second. Just relax. Try to think.
I'm listening.
Use a little common sense for a second.
I am thinking rationally.
No, I don't think you are, because I asked ChatGPT.
Well, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
When was the earliest date on the internet that image-to-image sharing and messages and chat and stuff, when was the first year that was available? Early foundations, 80s to 90s. First internet, real internet chat system, 1988. First time that they started allowing images was in 1996. So
okay, yes, we know this, but I'm trying to tell you, children did not get involved with the internet not till after MySpace. And you had to be a certain age to get on MySpace or other channels. And what did kids do? They lied about their age to get on social media so they could be like the adults. Now, again, I'm going to try to explain this to you as clear as day, that children lie about their age online, especially in the very beginning of the internet. Why? Because they were not old enough to be on these websites or these things. Now, with that being said, why, like I said already, why would Satori lie about her age on Final Fantasy? It doesn't make any sense. It goes to show that you lie about your age.
Restriction to even play the fucking game.
Exactly. So when I was 14 years old,
Josh's whole fucking case is built on this date that she entered into Final Fantasy IV. When the court record, what does that say? What does this say right here?
So when I was 12 years old, I knew that I had to be 18 to actually have a PlayStation account. So what did I do? I lied about my birth date on that account, so
Now
that way I would
stop.
have my own
Okay,
internet personal
stop.
account.
Take a breath. 1 second.
No, I'm
What
just
does
trying to
this say?
talk to you rationally. And I don't
You're
think you're
not,
actually
though.
willing
You
to
can,
listen rationally.
you're the only one talking. You're not at all listening. Because here you have on
No,
the
you're the one that's trying to say something about the 80s and everything else, and you're not actually understanding what people and children were actually introducing in the 2000s.
Okay, but
It doesn't matter. Like the thing I don't even think you
So
understand.
what should you tell me, Isaac, what should I go on? Should I go on where the court obviously knows this girl's birth date and they've declared on the sexual offenders list that the victim's age was 13 years old? So should I take the court's word for it or Josh's word for it?
I'm not talking about Josh or anyone. Why would you even listen to what Satori had to say? If the court is saying her age, then that obviously means that she lies. So if she was lying about her age, then that means that she lied about to either Josh
Hold on.
to say whatever
Hold
age
on a
she
minute.
was.
Ho. Hold on a minute. So you're going to measure these two lies equally. A lying about being so that you can
No.
play
How can you
a
judge righteous?
video
How can you
game.
judge?
Hold on a minute.
No. How can you judge righteous?
Stop. You're saying that the
When one
same.
person is lying, you
I'm gonna
can't judge
kick you the
righteously.
fuck out of here, dude. You better fucking chill.
That's fine.
Okay.
And I'm trying to talk to you.
Well, but you're not. You're trying to talk over me.
No, you're trying to talk around me.
Alrighty, fucking done with you, dude. You're a fucking idiot. I'm really just sick of you, Isaac. I try and try. You make it impossible, dude. You know what I mean? You're hard to love, dude. So, anyways, straight up, here's the court record. Victim's age is 13. I'm gonna go off of that. This to me is clear evidence. If you know anything about how courts work, Isaac, you know what I'm saying? Like, quit being a fucking idiot. Don't come in here and try to spin this fucking narrative. Don't try to gaslight me. I'm not the one, dude. I am not the one. Just so you know. Anyways. So, hopefully he left. Go find something else to do, stupid.
Relationship was immoral or possibly even illegal. The entire basis of the plea deal of pleading guilty to indecent liberties with a minor was entirely predicated on the
This robotic
And it
puppy
was
looks
just
so
a slap
real,
on
it
the
completely
wrist.
fooled my neighbor who's a veterinarian.
fact that they were going to accept text message information from a text
3
file
years of
with
probation and being on the sex offenders list for 20 or 30 years or whatever it is just a slap on the wrist. Yeah, you'll never be able to get any kind of decent job with being on the sex offenders list. So, boom. The best you're ever going to accomplish is middle wage
no actual
income.
hard sources provided, as evidence would be allowed in court if it went to trial. That, coupled with the fact that the case began in 2017 at the height of the Me Too movement, as I said earlier, poisoning the well of the would-be jury.
What a fucking joke. Isaac, what is wrong with you, dude? I mean, you fucking... This is your leader, huh? He's your elder. Smokey's your elder.
So either she was lying or the mother was lying when she called her and said that she didn't know. So who was lying? Which one, the girl or the mother? Well,
Yeah.
go to the end of the last interview when Satori called her and asked her those pointedly questions.
If you had known about how old he was, is there any way in hell that you would have consented to me having a relationship with him?
No.
And by the way, that scumbag skank fucking hijacking to call her mother, not telling her that she's being broadcast live on what would later be described as a creepy Korean channel.
He's the wrong Korean to mess with.
Fuck America, still with the triple K.
Just to ask her questions that would undermine and contradict all the sob story horse shit she was saying earlier, and you didn't even notice it. Go ahead. Go back and watch it when she called her mother at the end of that first interview and see how it contradicts the thing you just said. And then maybe you can think about it. You'll come back and tell me which one of them was fucking lying.
Let me just do this.
I didn't come across that. But you judge things with before, the full of the matter, right? Did you not have this as the full of the matter in your judgment, you fucking scumbag? That's why I don't really have sympathy for you on this, honestly. I think if God's fair and God's just, you have a bit more reaping still to do. I still think you're a fucking scumbag, and all that you do is a fucking scumbag. I don't have any sympathy for you on this at all,
You're
Brandon.
the
You
biggest
can go
fucking
fuck yourself.
scumbag Ryan piece of shit I ever met in my whole fucking life, you little faggot. So you can't fess up to the fucking child molesting that you did, and you want everyone to sit around and pretend with you that you're innocent. I'm not the guy. You are the epitome, definition of a scumbag. So, bottom line, period. Go pretend and play dolls with your whacked out friends like Ryan. So you obviously revealed in this conversation that you had a little hand in motivating Ryan to file this absolutely false report. I appreciate you coming on, Smokey. Thank you. You're a fucking another retard that thinks you're smart. So keep on digging, dummies. Keep on digging,
Heavenly.
dummies. Fucking idiot. Fucking moron. Right there it is. Did mom know? Absolutely motherfucking not. So go sell your bullshit somewhere else, Smokey. Fucking
The
idiot.
fact that she was allowed to prepare witnesses in advance and that hearsay evidence would be taken into consideration, the plea deal was indeed taken. The very fact that Josh was compelled by a court of law to prove his innocence seems to me to be a deep violation of innocence until proven guilty, a cornerstone of...
What a fucking idiot. You didn't go sit in jail. So yes, you know what I mean? But you had a complaint filed against you. That makes you the defendant, dipshit. This is how the court system works. So yes, you didn't sit in jail while you went through the court trials that convicted you. That's why you're on the offenders list, fucktard. So yeah, your poor me shit don't fly at all.
our American legal system. And even after the plea deal was accepted, she was allowed to give a witness impact statement that was taken by the general public as gospel truth. The fact that it was never taken into an account that then before or even now has there ever been a single solitary other victim or reports
that we know of. So we'll see.
Of other local victims. But then, the allegation begs the question, though, doesn't it? Why would somebody fly 3,000 miles across the country to elicit sexual activity from a minor?
Because they're a total fucking dork, geek, loser that can't talk to women. You know what I mean? That you got to find those special ones that'll buy your fucking bullshit, man. Like Low, I mean, you seem intelligent at times. That's why I'm baffled as to how you're buying this bullshit. You know what I mean? The two of you would display actual character if you would go, yeah, man, he was young and stupid and fucking polluted by fucking the hypersexualized environment of the time and, made a very bad decision. But, things have changed. I've grown up. I realize I fucked up. I've done something, to make amends with the victim. Because she is indeed a victim again, and this fucking asshole doesn't realize the damage that he's done and does nothing but, continue to viciously attack her. So because of she's exposed your fucking sorry ass. So, anyways, yeah, you would do. You don't realize the damage you've done. In the interview, she reveals that she absolutely loves her husband. They were best friends, but something wasn't clicking in the bedroom. That's because some other fucking older pervert came in and turned her out. That's why. That's what it's called. It's an actual, psychological condition. That's why many rape victims report that they, have some kind of, feelings for the perpetrator. It's not uncommon. Her fact that she, says in the interview that, she still has feelings is absolutely reveals that she's telling the truth. Why would she even say something like that if she fabricated this shit? You lying motherfucker.
Allegedly booking hotel rooms, paying for burner phones, renting a vehicle, and then leaving without a trace for over a decade without a single solitary mention of the fact.
Desperate loser. I mean, dude, were you already bald at 21 or something? I mean, what was going on that that you were just such a fucking horny, desperate loser that you'd fly all the way across the country to have sex with a little girl? Ugh, ugh, just gross, dude. So fucking pathetic. It's beyond pathetic.
Even happening. When in fact, if he was a child predator, he could have pilfered or purloined any number of minors in the Southern California area.
Yeah, we're gonna, somebody should probably look into that. You know?
For much less money and much less effort and much less time. This is a woman who literally LARPs on Final Fantasy XIV on the Belmont server, which is an ERP server, erotic roleplay, as a Lalafell, a fictional
which would explain what the need to lie on the fucking registration form. Fucking moron.
Id creature resembling a prepubescent girl or boy getting rumpy fucking pumpied in her Lalafell lifter high chair by adult men. The tale of Satori unravels under scrutiny, its three core claims riddled with glaring contradictions. The narrative stumbles over an incoherent timeline of age, muddled and inconsistent, as if plucked from thin air.
Muddled and inconsistent if you're too stupid to realize that my whole case here is built on her putting in a date into the Final Fantasy IV registration, not based off of her actual birth date. What a fucking dummy.
Credible evidence and untrustworthy eyewitnesses are conspicuously absent, replaced by dubious testimony that crumbles like dry leaves. Worst of all, the so-called file jacket of truth, quote unquote, is marred by tacked-on details, amounting to little more than brazen deceit and a flagrant obstruction of justice, fueled by a socio-political crusade that hijacked judicial fairness. This movement callously condemned an innocent man, Joshua, to a fate he did not deserve. These venomous lies, this substandard sordid spectacle that has been spun into a grotesque tapestry of gobbledygook by the likes of Thick Shades, Bill Cuthbert, Praise I Am, and most heinously of all, Rob Reed, puppeteers driven by a mind-shattering vendetta against Joshua. Their case, a brittle edifice of black and white fallacies, offers only a binary mirage to pedophile or not to pedophile. That was the question, ignoring the kaleidoscope.
It's so fucking hilarious, dude. Because dumbass Smokey goes bouncing into anybody's room and starts verbally assaulting everybody. And then, then you find out after he jumped up on his fucking moral high horse that he's a fucking total scumbag. Now everybody's attacking him. You totally bring this onto yourself, retard. How do you not know this?
Of nuances in the original song.
Oh, it's because you're like 13 years old in your fucking brain. I don't know what kind of fucking wipe your ass parents you had, dude. But wow, what a fucking case you are.
Joshua is not the villain here. He stood falsely accused of heinous crimes while Satori, with her gilded fabrications, weaves a tale bloated with embellishments, clout chasing, and a gilded path to a career in criminal justice. Through the lens of this video, we have now only just begun to unmask Satori.
I mean, look at this fucking little game thing. Absolutely for children. No, there's no way even a 16-year-old heterosexual male that wasn't a fucking pedophile pervert would ever be on this fucking thing, this game or site or whatever the fuck it is. You fucking clown show motherfucker. It is pathetic.
As an utterly untrustworthy charlatan, unfit for the mantle she seeks. We hope you enjoyed part 1 of our video series. We'll see you again for parts 2 through 52, coming out in the future. Thank you for listening, and God bless.
Boy, because if I wasn't Josh, that's what I would do. I would spend my time making these little videos and shit. You know what I mean? Instead of going out and earning a living. So, anyhow, it is so fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe that you believe that anybody's buying this shit, Smokey. It's pathetic, dude. Smokey, Josh, Carl, whatever the fuck you call yourself. Fucking clown.
Someone has intimate details that no one else seems to, including us. So that's interesting. So, okay,
I'm
I was
an
just
attorney
curious.
and I have connections. So
Rob,
Don't even know how to spell attorney.
All right, ladies
correctly,
and gentlemen.
but hey.
Those are
We do want to thank
facts.
Rob Reed for engaging in certainly possibly illegal, if not unethical, practices of using his connections to reach into a sealed file to grab and leak information that he thought would concrete guilt. And it really ended up releasing a lot of information that would help prove to exoneration and a muddled, mishmashed, ridiculous story.
Again, Mr. Delusional thinks he's been exonerated. It is just laughable, dude. And do you just spend all your time in these little echo chambers and fucking pet each other? Is that all you do? Does that become your whole fucking loser life, Smokey? How are you gonna provide for a wife? Wasting your time on all this fucking nonsense bullshit. If you ain't Josh, you are so ridiculous.
That everyone just choked down out of their sheer sense of desire to do so and their vehement hatred for me. There was no Christian judgment. There was no ethics, everything.
Because I'm always so kind and courteous to everybody on any channel I attend. You know what I mean? Everybody just attacks
is manifested
me for no
off
reason.
of the claim of a singular witness with no second or third witness, as the Christians are compelled to have in order to verify truth, but just one chick telling a story from 2 decades ago, and
of course, and her reason was so that for financial gain and clout is why she targeted old Smokey. On top of old Smokey. What a dumbass.
getting to prep all of the other people that are going to be questioned about what actually happened, who didn't witness anything. They're not witnesses of anything. They're just going to repeat the story that she told them, and that somehow is going to be evidence, as if you were, say, abducted by aliens, and then you tell someone you were abducted by aliens, and because they repeat the story that you were abducted by aliens that you told them, then therefore you must have been abducted by aliens. And yes, the system is far more corrupt and bankrupt than most of you could possibly imagine. In fact, I've seen a lot of the attackers, the haters, certainly the people on the hate train, go to incredible lengths to show an outlandishly unjustified level of respect and confidence in a sorely broken and manufactured system that tries to manufacture guilt at every single opportunity for the sake of the career expediency and efficacy of the agents that run it. And it's disgusting, and all of you act like somehow it's just infallible. In fact, oddly enough, I find it kind of ironic. It seems like the free gracers have a fuck of a lot more respect for the law of the land than they do the law of God. Because when it comes to the law of God, who gives a fuck, right? You're covered by grace. You can do whatever you want. But suddenly, when it's the law of the land, suddenly, oh, it's absolutely perfect. It's pristine. Every single little technical thing is absolutely deemed infallible. It can't possibly be leveraged by emotion or anything like that. It's just perfect, and it never ever gets it wrong. If it labels someone as something, it must be correct, right, William?
Right. We're going to open it up in a minute, if that's all right with you. Do you want to take some questions from the peanut gallery? Hello, Carl?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Was I muted that whole time?
Yeah, we're going to, well, not the whole time, just a second ago.
Oh, okay.
You want to do what?
Yeah, anyway.
We're 13 years
enough,
old.
career expediency and efficacy of the
play
agents
with
that
the
run it.
peanut
And it's
gallery?
disgusting, and all of you act like somehow it's just infallible. In fact, oddly enough, I find it kind of ironic. It seems like the free gracers have a fuck of a
ironic that you seem to have a an adult vernacular, but you behave as a child. You want to play with the peanut gallery?
lot more respect for the law of the land than they do the law of God. Because when it comes to the law of God, who gives a fuck, right? You're covered by grace. You can do whatever you want. But suddenly, when it's the law of the land, suddenly, oh, it's absolutely perfect. It's pristine. Every single little technical thing is absolutely deemed infallible. It can't possibly be leveraged by emotion or anything like that. It's just perfect, and it never ever gets it wrong. If it labels someone as something, it must be correct, right, William?
Right. We're going to open it up in a minute, if that's all right with you. Do you want to take some questions from the peanut gallery? Hello, Carl?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Was I muted that whole time?
Yeah, we're going to, well, not the whole time, just a second ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, anyway, we're going to take some questions from the peanut gallery because I did promise I was going to put links to the description.
Yeah, that's fine.
After raising 3 kids and 8 grandchildren, I've never seen a toy create this much genuine happiness.
That's fine. That'll probably air out a few more things. There's more I could say, but the idea is that
I could totally shove my foot even farther down my fucking throat, but let's get to the peanut gallery.
This culture in this world, you need to understand, when you have a fake victim who's doing this for attention, they're very, very motivated.
Oh, man. This is just so pathetic. So he's claiming that this girl comes out with this, shame, out is gonna, in this embarrassing situation, she's gonna come out and she's gonna embarrass herself for the sake of attention. That's the most absurd thing dude, your narratives are so ridiculous. It's so fucking pathetic that you think that this is some smart shit coming out of your mouth.
And when you're going to get accused of something in a super liberal jurisdiction like, central Mecklenburg County, you're going to have a jury pool that's going to be filled with a bunch of Me Too people, most likely. And what's going to happen is you're going to go to...
Oh, so the entire jury. See, I didn't even know that there was a jury on this trial. So, you know what I mean? There's nothing in all of the records that I've seen. Is there anything that mentions a jury? So if there was a jury at this fucking trial with this girl that got him on the sex offenders list, how in the world could fucking, Josh or Carl or Smokey know that detail?
to trial, and you're going to get at least one of those brain dead, retarded Me Too people, like many of the ones that we've seen online, that assumed guilt before any guilt was ever proven or pled or anything. They just assumed it. And you people are the example of why the system is broken, because you do assume guilt. You expect people to prove their innocence, what you all did. What evidence did
No,
Satori give you?
because we all kind of know how court systems work here in America, and there's these things called, rules of evidence and proper court procedures and everything. And there's certain details that just simply could not be overlooked in an actual court of law. Josh, you fucking retard. I mean, what fantasy land is this fucking idiot in?
You about a goddamn thing, not in anything.
And blasphemous ass, too. Just constant out of these two fucking retards that claim to be Christian. Endless GD, OMG, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's just, give me a break. These guys have no idea what a relationship with God is all about. At all. You know what I mean? You study the Bible so you can sound philosophical. And be upheld as an intelligent human being that, likes to know big, stupid-ass words like cantankerous. Fucking, yeah. That was so fucking ridiculous anyway.
And even when she was blatantly lying, you didn't even catch it. You really think she was married to a Marine stationed in Afghanistan long after everyone had been pulled out of Afghanistan? You really believe that? No.
Wasn't she married to a law professor?
She was married to a mediocre DC attorney that she had divorced at the time of that interview. So
she is currently dating a philosophy major.
Right.
And at the time of that,
because, obviously, I'm not Josh. That's why I know all this shit about this girl's life. Like, how fucking dumb do you think people are, Smokey? You're such a fucking idiot. I mean, dude. The number of Freudian slips, all of this fucking stupid shit. You really are like a fucking 13-year-old boy with your hand in the cookie jar saying, I didn't do it. It is just laughable, bro. Laughable.
As we could tell, she was dating she was currently either in the middle of her divorce or divorced because she was claiming her.
What right-minded man, if it's not me, I don't give two shits about this. I got shit to do in my own life. I'm not going to study every detail about this person that, we have an incident of mistaken identity. I'm not him, and I wouldn't give two shits about him from that point forward. So you seem to care a lot, Smokey. It's amazing the level of concern you have. In fact, it's so exposing, it's just pathetic, dude. You're pathetic. You really are pathetic. It's so, the facts are in, dude. Pathetic.
Boyfriend
and
was this philosophy major.
The entire time that she's married, she is engaging in sexual role plays online. The entire time. And that's what she was doing when she was younger. She got
that was the joke.
Right.
That's what she told me when she was younger. Hold on, let's back that up. Let's hear that again.
The entire time that she's married, she is engaged
either in the middle of her divorce or divorced because she was claiming her boyfriend was this philosophy major.
The entire time that she's married, she is engaging in sexual role plays online. The entire time. And that's what she was doing when she was younger. She got
that was the joke.
Right.
Well, that was the joke, the pedophile file. She's not a pedophile. She's just a fan of pretending to be a child getting banged in her high chair.
She fetishizes pedophilia. That's what she does. And everyone just ran to her defense. And this is the thing.
Shit. I want to answer this question.
She randomizes pedophilia again. Like, dummy. If you're not Josh, there's no way you would give two shits or know anything about this girl. It is so, you are so exposing yourself. It's so pathetic, dude. Any kind of person in law enforcement in any way would totally know you're full of shit. You made a deal, and that's the bottom line. Why you didn't go to prison and get the fucking shit beat out of you daily because you're a fucking, a potato head, you know? Oh man.
I want to answer this question.
Go ahead.
Why would she lie? Well, okay, because when she first concocted this, she was actually in school in college. She graduated in 2018. She was in college, and her criminal justice, or was it forensic science, something like that? It was one of those two.
Criminal psychology, something like that.
Oh yeah, her criminal psychology professor coached her to do it, and basically put the idea in her head that this would be really good for her career if she had, if she with her lawyer had litigated a case against somebody for something like this. Like, basically, it was like, well, if you have something like this, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with DEI. It was basically like, oh.
So she did all of this. She came out and exposed this embarrassing moment in her life in order to further her career in law enforcement. So you know what I mean? Yeah, she did all of this for like maybe a $2,000 a year raise or upgrade in pay. That's your position, fucking Will. Give me a break, dude. You know what I mean? Like, what adults think like this? Honestly, it's pathetic.
A victim, if you have the more victim points, because of course she's a straight white female, right? So she has female, but that's about it going for her. It would look really good. And it would look really good for her if she was pursuing a career in criminal justice, if she had something like that happen. Like, what's that fucking TV show?
So according to Will Kincaid, it's, it's better to, be a victim, get, sexually assaulted as a child before you enter into law enforcement. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Special Victims Unit.
I do need to finish my point, by the way, because it is an important one.
I know. I'm going to finish mine. I'm almost done. So basically, it was victim points for personal gain and profit, and that's why the criminal justice thing came up.
For profit, really? For we're talking minuscule profits at best. Give me a break. Nobody's going to come out with this shit for no reason and go through all of the hassle and bullshit of court for no good fucking reason, dude. That's not a good reason. To claim that she did it to further her career in law, dude, that's absurd. Absolutely fucking absurd.
In the video we just played. Now, I am going to I'll let you finish your point. First, I'm going to put this link out, and I'll be right back. I have to go get something, because if we're going to answer questions, well, you'll see when I get back. I'll be right back, guys.
Should have been prepared. Okay, great. So to finish, in terms of the way that some of you can understand how this functions, especially during the Me Too movement, which thank God is finally starting to die. So you can have,
and the truth is too, if you watch the interview, none of this occurred during the Me Too movement, so he's got another false foundation here. It's the most ridiculous fucking narrative. Unbelievable. You're so stupid. Not a criminal mind, Smokey. You are a fucking mental midget. You totally, your whole story is like constructed by a 13-year-old brain. You look ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Mr. Intellectual. Go read some more dictionaries, dumbass.
have a fake victim. Now, the thing about a real victim is that the process is very traumatic. They don't like going through it. In fact, the argument is that this is what usually keeps many of them from coming forward, is that's a very traumatic experience. So when you have someone who's claiming to be a victim, but is very, very motivated, is loving every second of it, showing up even to court dates and appearances that she's not required to, flying hundreds of miles on her own money to get there and bask in the support and attention of DAs and lawyers and cops and everything like that. And is very, very motivated to absorb much attention, even so to where she goes and does interviews immediately after the fact, after claiming that she just wanted to be left alone and not talk about it and wanted the file to be sealed so that her lies could never possibly be unearthed to the world. This was all believed and this was all accepted, even though it's not the behavior of a victim. So the problem is when you have a system that is leveraged with the Me Too movement, that is against due process, that engaged in jury nullification, all you need is one Me Too person to be on that jury that's going to believe everything she says, no matter how ridiculous, nonsensical, or contradictory it is, because they have the narrative believe all women. So they're going to vote yes, and you're going to have a hung jury. Now,
Man,
because the
this
victim
the
is a fake
dumbest
victim,
fucking argument I've ever seen. I would love to see this fucking idiot in court running his fucking mouth in front of an actual judge with this garbage. So he's trying to get all fucking Perry Mason here and claim that she did all of this for attention. Oh man, that is just the most retarded shit I have ever heard. You are such a fucking joke, Smokey. Really, I gave you too much credit. There were times when I actually thought you sounded intelligent, but this is fucking just. I can't even believe I'm hearing this stupid shit. So, yeah. All of the attention of the judges and the attorneys and the police and all of the reports and showing up to court was just such a wonderful fucking attention grabbing fucking experience. It's just the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. I don't know how anybody buys your bullshit, Smokey. You're a fucking idiot. You would never make it in the real world, dude.
Incredibly motivated to keep this going, to soak up as much attention as possible. Well, they're going to want to do a retrial. They're willing to come back. They have no issue with this. They're loving every second of it. So they're going to come back, and maybe you'll have enough money for a second trial, maybe if you're lucky. But then you're going to be in the same situation. You're going to have to deal with the fact that there's going to be probably at least one Me Too person on that jury, and you're going to get another hung jury. And then what's going to happen? Well, you're going to be out of money. You can't afford another trial. And now you're going to have to get a public defender. And maybe the public defender isn't going to be as good. And now the DA knows that they've got you, that they're going to get you on anything. Isn't that what the detective said?
And now,
William?
Smokey, if you were so innocent, boy, you would have one hell of a fucking lawsuit to be able to come back on. If you just hit this biased jury. And again, I mean, I'm real curious to know how you, if you're not Josh, how you could possibly know that that this trial had a fucking jury to it. Because I'm telling you right now, all the court documents and shit I've fucking seen, there is nothing that says anything about a jury at this trial. So how you would know that is super revealing, dum-dum. So, but let's just, watch this fucking idiot dig his fucking grave here like a moron.
That they were going to get him on anything, even if we weren't getting him on
It's
this
actually
bullshit fucking
it's
story, we're going to
actually
get him on something.
it's in the video. It's
Oh, there you
on
go.
screen. You can
So-
see the detective say, if we can't get him on this, we'll get him on that.
There you
It's
go.
about it's about 8.5 minutes into the video, and somebody, I think Boki
And
posted
encouraging her to go reach out to the quote unquote witnesses before he does. Now, why would you encourage that? What would be the point? Is that what you do in an armed robbery case? Do you send people, to go talk to each other and get their story straight before you interview them? No, it's jury tampering. It's witness tampering, basically, but it's allowed. It's allowed in certain jurisdictions, and you'll absolutely get away with it, as staggeringly ridiculous as it is. Yeah, they're all judges that'll turn a blind eye to that. So when you have this instance, eventually they could get you to the point where you have no more money for another trial. You got a motivated.
Okay, just, if there's any women that are watching, or ever watch this, I want to give you a keen example of, a man versus a man baby. See, men, once they grow up, they accept responsibility for their actions. little man babies with the mind of a child, it's always everyone else's fault, never my fault. No. A real man knows it's always your fault, and you accept responsibility. You accept responsibility for, hiring the wrong lawyer. And then after that case, you file an appeal. But doesn't seem like Smokey did any of that like a normal fucking person, a normal innocent person would do. You know what I mean? File a countersuit and appeals, and nope. Somebody got out of that courtroom by the hair of their chinny chin chin, and they were relieved, and they fucking let it go. That's what a guilty motherfucker would do.
Quote unquote witness, who's really just a liar, who's doing this for attention and is enjoying every second of it, who is a narcissistic maniac, just an absolute toxic narcissist who will even gaslight people to tell them that they need to corroborate her story or they're invalidating.
This is absolutely a professional projectionist. Everything that he's doing, he points at other people. Smokey's probably a fucking Democrat. I'm telling you.
Dating her victimhood. They need to not ask her tough questions about her nonsensical horse shit, because that would be invalidating her victimhood. She's a big old victim. You can't attack her. You can't ask her questions. And you saw her behave like this. You saw her do this at the interviews.
The detective said, "Hey, why don't we interview your mother?" And she said no.
No.
And then we found out, and then the whole world found out why she said no on Thick Shade stream.
Yeah.
Because
so you guys
she
watched
was
her,
being coached.
You watched her go that entire stream saying, nope, parents didn't know. Nope, parents didn't know. Nope, parents didn't know. Oh, let's call my mom right now, live on stream.
Shelly, I don't know what you want me to say.
I don't know what you want me to say. And then contradicts everything she said and says, oh, I did know about it, but I didn't approve. Well, that's a lie. But I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and go with it. Is it possible that she knew about it but didn't approve because it was perfectly legal and it was a consensual relationship? Could that maybe have something to do with it, why she said that? I guess she didn't prep her mom as well as she should have before she jumped up and spring-loaded onto her to call her during a live stream and not even tell her that she was being streamed to the universe. That was real ethical. That was a good job, everyone. Well done, Rob Reed. I'm glad you approved that.
I made one small mistake with my diabetes, and it almost cost me my leg. Please, if you have type...
It's
good job, counselor. Okay.
Carl,
Yeah.
it's officially time. We have one in the back that's ready to go.
All
But
right.
before we do that, Avengers, assemble.
Oh my God.
It's the official cam reveal. And I have the 800-page file jacket. So if anybody has a fucking question...
Anybody noticing any similarities here? Let's just take another look. Is anyone with the half a fucking brain see what I see? It's the same guy. And I do find it humorous that, Smokey's symbol is always an owl and shit, and then you have Lowe over here who looks like the fucking owl off the Tootsie Pop commercial. Straight up.
And I'm ready to go. And just so you know, it's not like a thing just full of random paper.
I'll give it to Lowe for standing by her man, though, as far as loyalty's concerned. You ain't never going to do better than that, Smokey.
That is what everyone would think, by the way.
But this is a disgusting
let me find the
form of
photo.
loyalty, though.
Fuck me. There's a couple of them. Here's some random fucking... By the way, I don't know who took the photos here or what fucking printer they were using, but if you're going to enter something into evidence, you should really
William, this is
get
taking a long time. Could you just do
I'm
your
sure.
shtick?
It's anyway. It's here. Here we go.
Basement dweller is confused on which one is which.
It says Mecklenburg County there. Do we all agree? Okay, cool. It's not just some. It's shut up. It's all here. So we're gonna let Eric in. Eric freely received.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi there, Eric. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Smokey, you may not remember me by my other name, but just to be upfront, you and I had a brief period of interaction. We're both old earthers. We both I was known as Wolf Bitten then a couple of years ago.
Did we have a debate on James's Tired's channel? Was that us?
I believe that was, yes. Yeah, it was
I remember.
Just old earth, yeah. So I just wanted to say that's who I am. And with that being said, welcome back. And
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let me just say, had these events happened with you pre Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, you might have seen a different reaction, if you know what I mean.
I do. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Well, I was among the free gracers, and I saw your discussion earlier with Tommy, by the way, talking about the grace of the free gracers, and boy, do I know what you mean. Because at the time, I didn't know you, and I didn't. I had known Bill Cuthbert and a few others for quite a while, and all of a sudden, when I hooked back up with them, I kind of went my own way too in my religious walk, and then I came back. But when I come back, I come back to so much hatred from the people that I used to know. And I couldn't understand this hatred. And I heard this horrible story about this Saint Smokey. And now, granted, some of the things that I heard, I thought were, well, I'm sure that you've had better moments. But,
sure. Yeah.
But, I understood part of the anger. I really did. But 2 years went by, and he was still that angry and angrier. And I had him on my live stream one time. And man, it was like, okay, I'm going to be a little disappointed if Eric came in here, because I've talked with Eric before, and I liked Eric. I have no problems with him, but now if he's going to come in here and pet Smokey, I'm going to be disappointed. A 6-hour live stream that I was given to free gracers to convince me on free grace. And when they couldn't do it, he just drank the whole time. And then all of a sudden, man, somebody popped in named Ryan, and he just blew up all over my channel. In my family channel, I have a lot of kids there, so I did appreciate that. And I told him, I let him go off, but then I told him, I said, Bill, my friend, you're just really going to have to learn how to forgive. And that. So what is going on with Will Kincaid up here? Is he like some kind of Amish nerd that's into technology, or what's going on here? I've never seen a blouse like this. The blouse and the vest thing, you know what I mean? One thing right there saying, Bill, flipping out my friend, pipe. You're going to have to learn how to forgive. Huh. Earned me.
Well, this is the thing about Bill, is that I apologize to Bill and Andy because what he was angry about was something that I did, and I apologize to them on Brucifer 2.0's channel.
Yeah, well,
and they continue to be angry at Smokey about something that I did. Yeah, that I've already apologized for, that they already accepted my apology for.
And
I have never brought it up since, until obviously this moment here.
But to still 4 years later now and be that hateful over it, I saw it earned me a 2-year following of haters myself.
which is that's okay. It just makes us stronger, right? That's what it does. It gives
They
us
weren't
thicker
interested.
skin.
There's a reason they're not here. They all got personalized invitations. Some of these people actually got invitations, letter invitations, sent to their house, and they're still not here.
I do
because it was
understand
never about. Well, hold on, I'm almost done. Because it was never about the accusations. It was never about the thing that they said it was about. It was always about, I can't beat Smokey in a debate. I can't logic my way around his arguments. So I'm going to call him a pedophile.
Yeah.
That was it.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I
they
love
tried
this narrative right here. So here's the deal. Basically, this is why Smokey is getting blamed for being Josh, because nobody can handle him in debate. And that's the whole reason why we all dislike you. Now, I dislike you because you're just a fucking piece of shit. You know what I mean? You're not a man. You don't accept responsibility for your actions. You fucking treat everyone like shit. You project unlike anyone I've ever encountered. Yeah, and I mean, you want people to, see who you want them to see instead of who you actually are. That's what makes you such a fake piece of shit. So, but your narrative that nobody can defeat you in debate is the whole reason all of this attack has become is just total fucking nonsense, dude. Just the weakest argument ever.
to call me as many things as they can try to make stick too. That's
Oh,
for
I'm sure.
They just
I'm
start
absolutely
throwing
sure.
things against the wall until, if something can get a foothold, that's all they need. And that's okay, though. That's okay. See, that's one thing that we're guaranteed in this world is that the world is going to hate us, and that's a fact. If you're going to stand.
Okay, I'm literally gonna fucking throw up if Eric's gonna come in here and try to say that this is godly persecution. That if you get persecuted because you got caught fucking around with little kids, God will expose you, dummy. God's gonna make sure you get popped. And that's it. This is exactly what he did. You thought you got away with it. Nobody saw what you did. Well, guess what? God saw. And you ain't getting away with shit, dummy. That's why this is the persecution you're dealing with. It has nothing to do with any kind of godly persecution. So if Eric's going to come in here and pet Smokey with that bullshit, I'm going to lose a lot of respect for Eric.
You're a bit of a shock jock type, a little bit too shock jock for my taste. But I don't hold that against you.
I appreciate that.
You've got your.
I appreciate that. I'm allowed to, I think, respect the brothers and sisters in the body of Christ that are maybe the softer, people that they're just going to appeal to people emotionally or have a certain type of ministry that's very empathetic or sympathetic. That's fine. I give everyone, open consideration that they have their own purpose, their own use in the body of Christ. And I simply ask that they do the same for me.
Yeah.
It's fine. You guys can be ears and noses and mouths and fingers and stuff like that. And I'll respect that. And you all just need to be willing to respect that I'm the asshole. That's all.
Well, yeah. Right. And I realize, too, that if you're going to monetize, you want a following. And you need to put on an entertaining program. I understand that. And,
I'm hard to ignore. I think you could say, Eric, I'm relatively hard to ignore.
Well, I can be hard to ignore too. I will say. So I appreciate some of your stuff there more than other people do. I'm sure.
Appreciate it.
But at the same,
it's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Well, you find no condemnation coming from me, dude.
I appreciate that, buddy. I appreciate that.
That's all I wanted to say, guys. You all have a good one, and
you too.
I'm
good to
out
see you.
Just listen to the chat for a little bit.
Sounds good, man.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Perfect. Have a good night.
Good night.
Eric, that was not good, in my opinion. Hopefully Eric gets a hold of this video. Cause yeah, dude, uh, don't fall for this bullshit. Don't be another gullible Christian. Christians are supposed to have discernment. You're supposed to be able to see through this fucking ridiculous, absolutely juvenile bullshit.
Okay.
I mean, it literally reminds me of when I was around 13 years old, and me and my friend stole BB guns. And my mom, of course, was like, so how did you get, how did you get the money to buy the BB gun? Oh, we went and mowed lawns and stuff. Oh, okay. So the next day I come home and my mom, she's putting on the act. My mother was the queen of guilt. So, anyways, my mom's whipping up the tears and the whole bit. And I'm like, what's the matter? And I just got out of jail. And I said, what? I got taken to jail because I went and took back your BB guns. And anyhow, they arrested me for shoplifting and all of this and that. So, of course, she got me to fess up that, yeah, we stole the BB guns. So, and of course, she took them away, and that was that. No BB gun for you, buddy. So, anyhow, but yeah, the story that sounded fucking brilliant in our stupid little brains, my mom saw right through that bullshit. Just like I see right through this bullshit and all your fucking lame little narratives that you in your delusional brain think sound smart.
I'm fucking
Hold,
surprised
hold
that
on.
Praise is not
Wait,
here.
wait, 1 second. So I have an open invitation to praise. This entire folder, plus the 6 hours of recording, all
I just don't understand what does Will, this guy Will, what is his skin in the game here? Like, why what is it that motivates him to sit here and, defend Smokey's bullshit? I can't figure it out. I don't know. Strange. And I don't know who this little, you got the towhead with the red beard, haven't heard peep out of him.
years. Private screening. We can set up anytime you want. You can listen to every last detail if you want. You can have the full thing. Already talked about it with Carl.
One more thing to say, too. Go ahead, but I have one more thing.
Okay. And we'll sit down. The reason that we're not putting everything out on live is because it will fully dox literally everyone, including people who are not Satori, not Joshua, etc., etc., etc. So that's why it's a private screening. And you personally, praise Tom, you can sit down with us and look at everything you want to see. You have at it. You just let us know. You got my email, you got Carl's email, you got everyone's email. Yep. And I'm sure you know Lowe's email by now.
And look at this little bullshit ploy right here. Nobody has time for your shit. Nobody's gonna come fly to your little fucking Amish hut or whatever the fuck you live in to come and look at these documents because we don't need to. It's fucking obvious, dude. You're Josh. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I fucking called Josh's fucking number and Lo answered the phone. So, there it is, buddy. Fucking clown.
Or how to get a hold of her. So there it is.
He won't do it because he's a fucking coward.
8 years without a single dementia case in a nursing home? Yeah, it shocked me too.
We're going to let, okay, so Carl, why don't you go ahead and say your thing, and then we're going to let Midnight get a hold of her. So there it is.
He won't do it because he's a fucking coward.
He won't do it because he's a fucking coward. Not that, booking an airline flight, renting a car, getting a hotel room, come and look at fucking Josh's bullshit. You know what I mean? Give me a break. That's why nobody's going to do it. Because nobody gives a flying fuck. So obvious. The Freudian slips all over this fucking piece of shit display I'm watching. is mind-boggling.
We're gonna let. Okay, so Carl, why don't you go ahead and say your thing, and then we're gonna let Midnight in because he was the VIP. So
Yeah, I thank you for that, William. Absolutely. And now I forgot what it was. So go ahead, Midnight, and it will come back to me. I may interrupt you. Go ahead.
Come back to
Well,
Carl
this
later.
has been. I don't even know where to go. Like I'm just.
I'll let you stop stuttering so I can talk about this. Okay, so this is what I was going to say. The Free Gracers, and in fact, I even saw a little bit of Bill Cuthbert's disgusting, prolific reviling stream, which Praise supposedly has an issue with reviling and personal attacks, and then he doesn't, and then he does, and whatever. Bill, yep, I know Q. You probably have something to say to that. Chill out. You'll get your chance. So the point is that what I've heard from them is that I'm somehow obligated to apologize. And even Andy, if you can believe this, Andy, the Free Grace Universalist, said I should repent today. Ladies and gentlemen, I shit you not. On Bill's stream today, I wish I was in a position to grab it in a clip, but I was out and about. And Bill probably deleted the stream because he deletes all of his streams because he has every reason to be embarrassed of them. Okay. But Andy said that I should repent, and they all said I should apologize. What the fuck should I apologize for? I should apologize for the lies of someone 20 years after the fact. I have to apologize for a bunch of manufactured shit.
Well, here's one point we'll agree as far as you don't need to apologize to anybody in YouTube or internet land, but you know, if you had the Holy Spirit dwelling within you, and you then you would have a grieving in your heart, something knowing that, you know what, I need to make shit right for what I did to this girl. Because it took her until she became an adult to realize what actually happened and the effects that, a 21-year-old man having sex with a 13-year-old girl, using sex toys and stuff to boot, how that affects the relationship she'll have for the rest of her life. Just like her husband in the interview, she claimed was her best friend, but they didn't get along behind behind closed doors. She didn't, homie didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, that has major effects on her. Any other relationship after Josh got a hold of her has been affected. That's even the way fucking relationships work. That's what's called baggage. So you loaded up her fucking baggage to drag around for the rest of her life. That's what you need to go fucking resolve, dumbass. That's where you should, have a grieving heart. That's what repentance actually is, of godly sorrow for what you did. You know what I mean? And you did, what you did against God and to this little girl. But you have no repentant heart whatsoever. Give me a break. This is bullshit. Now you just turned it into, you out to slander your own victim. What a fucking douchebag.
That none of you ever even verified or got even a single iota of evidence for at all. Just whatever she said was accepted to be true. I guess apparently even married to a Marine in Afghanistan after there was no one left in Afghanistan other than prisoners of war, basically. So yeah, she had a husband stationed in Afghanistan. No one said anything. It's fine. Yeah, whatever she says, true. Yeah, she's a victim. She has victim status. Believe whatever the fuck she says. Even when it makes
I love it too, because I mean, this fucking retard is just gonna keep on rolling with her age and all of this shit based off of what she lied about on Final Fantasy IV as her age. He's still, you know what I mean? His continued narrative here is still based off of that. It is fucking ridiculous. This is you're so stupid, it's pathetic.
no goddamn sense. And that's what you all did. And you assumed guilt. You turned
no
off your
blasphemous sense.
Brains. You didn't use any critical thinking. You jumped on a bunch of slander hate train. And now, thank God, praise Jesus, You all have a bunch of fucking egg on your face. And I hope you all enjoy eating your giant plate of crow tonight.
They'll never admit they're wrong.
Well, it's
but
fine.
No.
They can continue.
Perfect.
And the thing is, they'll make them.
They'll never admit they're wrong. I can't believe, you know what I mean? I mean, he has some kind of charisma, you know, amongst fucking retards, apparently. So, you know, no one's ever gonna admit to it. We did you wrong, Smokey, because you're clearly innocent. Give me a break, dude. You ain't innocent. You're a scumbag. That's what it is. You need to fucking make shit right with God and with that little girl. Otherwise, no one that's a Christian and indwelled with the Holy Spirit is ever gonna fucking accept you, dude. Never.
Themselves look like idiots. And they'll, and by the way, complete betrayal.
You would be completely incapable of humbling yourself to do such a thing. To face the embarrassment that that girl did to come out and, you know, accuse you for personal gain in her career. What a fucking lame ass fucking story that is, dude. That is the dumbest, most juvenile fucking story you could have concocted, moron.
Christian ethics and judgment. One random bitch makes up a story and everyone's like, yep, must be true. Really? Really? That's how you judge? That's how Christians judge? Really?
They were like, well, it was a plea deal. And it was like, yeah, because it was the height of Me Too in a blue county with loaded evidence that they were going to accept and a judge that didn't seem to
And
give
remember,
a fuck about.
you have jury people that are showing up here. They don't give a fuck about details. Some chick is on the stage.
Oh man, that is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You have all these people in the jury who don't give a fuck about details. I mean, that's, you know, dude, somebody should clip that and make a comedic short on that fucking retarded statement right there. That is the dumbest fucking thing. That might be. I mean, that's definitely in the top 10 of the stupidest shit that ever flew out of your fucking mouth, Smokey. It's up there with armhole. You fucking retard.
Stand, she's crying, she's claiming to be a victim. That's all that was needed for most people back then. That's it. You had rampant jury nullification running across the country. None of you said a damn thing. You just accepted everything that had happened. Thousands of lives destroyed by lies of these chicks.
Rapid jury nullification nationwide. That is fucking hilarious. Hold on. Let me just, you know, let's do a little fact checking on the stupidest shit coming out of Smokey's mouth. Is there any point from the, 1980s to current where we had a sudden spurge of jury nullification cases? No, there isn't a clear period from the 1980s today where jury nullification cases suddenly spiked. That might sound surprising, but it comes down to how nullification works. Why there's no spikes. Jury nullification happens when a jury knowingly acquits despite evidence of guilt because they disagree with the law itself, the actual law that they're having that was, reported broken in this particular case, when they disagree with that law or its application. The problem is, juries don't officially record "we nullified." The courts discourage talking about it openly. Verdicts just showed not guilty, not why. So there's no reliable data set tracking nullification over time. Heck, somehow Smokey knows, though. He's got the numbers. What do we know? From legal research and court observation, nullification has always existed at a low, steady level. It tends to show up more in minor drug cases, law jurors view as unjust, situations with sympathetic defendants, but it's sporadic, not wave-like. Periods where people thought it increased. 1980s to 1990s, war on drugs area. Not during your situation, Smokey. Another fucking idiot comment coming out of stupid ass's mouth. That's why you gotta fact check fucking retards like Smokey and Ryan at every turn. They just assert shit as though it's fact when it's total garbage bullshit.
And 20 years after the fact, like what? Like this is why we had statute of limitations, was to try and keep shit like this from happening. And then we just believe whatever's put out there. And you know what? You motherfuckers, you're the reason. Look at how you all acted. You heard an accusation. You had no evidence, nothing to back it up. But what'd you do? You jumped on guilty, didn't you? That's why the system's broken. You're part of the fucking problem. And don't think you're not. You are part of
dude, I can't even believe that they're smiling and shit like this dude. Wow. I mean, this is some cultic kind of behavior, dude. It's really strange.
The problem. You, all these people that jumped on guilt before there was any justifiable reason to even do so.
You're part of the... I don't know what, no justifiable reason for you to think that I was guilty or anything. You know what I mean? There is no justifiable reason. There is no evidence that exists. You know what I mean? Give me a break, you fucking retard. This guy is such a fucking clown. You really are.
The problem, you are the proof that what I'm saying is true. That you get one of you assholes on a jury, and that person.
The jury was a liar. The judge was a liar. The lawyers was liars. Everybody was lying against Smokey Saint for financial gain to get a hold of his hundreds.
It's fucked. That's how it works. Anyway, I will yield.
Okay. So, hold on. Just really quick, because we got a lot of people to go through and they're waiting.
I mean, I do have to credit Smokey with at least he puts on a fucking clean shirt before he gets on a live stream. Ryan, you might want to write that down, you fucking slob.
Right now.
I just want to say if Praise wants to back up the fact that he's done with personal attacks and wants to come in and answer them with scripture, then you should pop your fucking head and apologize tonight. Otherwise, you're still bullshit. Just saying, because
I would lose a ton of respect if Praise were to pop in and apologize to this guy. I mean, I am really baffled with this blonde hair on top with the little red beard. You know what I'm saying? This is some English Irish shit going on right here. Huh? You know what I mean? So, that's a new look. You know what I mean? This guy could be a trendsetter.
You've been basically having someone say some really fucked up and heinous shit to this one.
It doesn't bother me. It truly does. I just have a really bad resting bitch face.
Oh, no. See, I'm not saying that it bothers you. What I am saying, though, is it's okay to get people to say this, to get people to say, hey, Smokey, do you want me to bring my kids so you can rape them? Make fun of somebody's cancer? The list goes on. Yeah, we do digs at you, but, like, you said you were done with the personal attacks, so I'm a little fucking confused here.
Oh, yeah, you're done with personal attacks every other day.
So, just putting that out there.
But he doesn't hate you. He doesn't hate you.
See, but he
said that last night, remember?
He just needs to get Papa Dude's fucking permission slip signed, so that
I
way...
am fucking loving the body language of Smokey over here in his reflecting moment of his unjust accusations being made against me pose. This is fucking hilarious, dude. You're such a clown, and you're a terrible actor to boot. Ugh.
He could come talk to Smokey.
But he doesn't hate you.
See, but he
said that last night, remember?
He just needs to get Papa Dude's fucking...
Holding back the tears. What a fucking clown.
Permission slip signed, so that way he could come talk to Smokey.
Midnight left.
Bitch to leave.
He is following his ABCs, though. Always be closing. I'll give him that.
Oh, great. It's P-Town.
That is, yeah, that is. Is
P-Town
everyone
left.
just leaving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck proving that. Good luck proving that.
Yeah, sure. You know what?
Yeah, let's examine.
Who is this? Oh, okay, Michelle's lawyers. That's why they call her Shelly. I get it. Okay. All right. Man, I'd love to have an interview with Homegirl. Boy, I'll ask all the right questions to where it closes all the windows. It closes your ass right into the fucking corner with no way out. Yeah. I would totally. That's what a closer does. So let me interview this girl. You know what I mean? Because I'm on her side. You fucking, you need to have some fucking human decency and accept what you did. You did damage to this girl. And you make it even worse. Continue to pour salt in the wound with your I'm the victim fucking bullshit move.
Yeah, let's
against our
go
video
back in
evidence.
court post Me Too. Now with all of the evidence of her being a liar. Sure. Let's do that. Sure. Absolutely. Give it your best shot.
Yeah, because
I'm sure she'll
wouldn't it have
love
to
to
be-
get drugged in court and explain all of these contradictions and nonsense to a judge that isn't
Well,
fueled.
then, there's the big question. If this is all bullshit, then why don't you fucking file a countersuit, you lying scumbag piece of shit, instead of come here on whatever live stream and play your little I'm innocent fucking charade. Take action. You know what I mean? But I forgot. You're not Josh. What was I thinking?
By Me Too fervor. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, let's spend the next year and a half deciding exactly what county, what town, and where we'll litigate this. Are we litigating?
Here's the funny shit. Let's go back.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck proving that. Good luck proving that.
Yeah, sure. You know what?
Yeah.
Hold on, I want to go
Said
back.
that last
There
night.
it is.
Fucking fuse.
There it
Oh
is.
yeah, you're done with personal attacks every other day.
So just putting that out there.
But he doesn't hate you. But he
No.
doesn't hate you.
See, but he
said that last night. Remember?
See, there's
He
the
just needs to
look
get popping
with the little, lump in the throat swallow. So, if he wasn't Josh, then why the dramatics? Why the, I'm about to cry look on your face? Because I've been unjustly accused. If you're not Josh. It's so stupid. You're so ridiculous. It is fucking pathetic. So, maybe you can, use this video to tighten up your fucking little game of bullshit so that you quit exposing yourself. And then maybe you can tighten up the lie a little better to, grow your little weirdo fan base you got going on.
dude's fucking permission slip signed so that way he could come talk to Smokey.
Midnight left.
He was a bitch to leave. Oh, great. It's P-Town.
That is, yeah, that is. Is
P-Town
everyone
left.
just leaving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck proving that. Good luck proving that.
Yeah, sure. You know what?
Yeah, let's examine.
Yeah,
it
let's
against our
go
video
back in
evidence.
court post Me Too. Now with all of the evidence of her being a liar. Sure. Let's do that. Sure. Absolutely. Give it your best shot.
Yeah, because
I'm sure
wouldn't
she'll
it have
love
to
to
be-
get drugged in court and explain all of these contradictions and nonsense to a judge that isn't fueled by Me Too fervor. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Go
Yeah,
for it.
let's spend the next year and a half deciding exactly what.
Let's take it back into court and pretend with the judge that, her true age was the age that she put into Final Fantasy IV. Okay? That's what we'll do. We'll go pretend with the judge that was her actual age. And that's what my whole bullshit narrative is built upon. What a joke.
What county, what town, and where we'll litigate this. Are we litigating this in Alexandria, Virginia? Are we litigating this in Washington D.C.? Are we litigating this in fucking Washington County, New York? Are we litigating this in fucking in fucking Southern California?
She can also explain
because
she can also explain why she takes annual trips to the state that she claims that she has a dangerous stalker that's tracking her down, but goes there every single year.
Like San Diego Comic-Con, for example.
Yeah, isn't that weird? What a weird thing to decide to do from someone that you're supposedly have crippling fear of stalking from, right? Weird.
We know. I'm
going to go to their state every year. Interesting.
I'm a very crafty individual. You want to
You're
know
also
how? Can I tell them how I got the file jacket?
No, don't do that.
Okay. Well, if it ever comes up in court, that'll be a funny thing to have to explain. That'll be a very hilarious thing to explain.
That will be funny.
Yeah. So basically, dun 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 dun. dun.
Yeah.
Go right ahead. I'm sure.
Okay.
The best magnesium for your brain. If you're new to my channel, hi, my name is Robert Love. I'm a neuroscientist.
How are
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Can we talk about
know what's funny is that you actually think you're funny. That's what's funny.
What she did after she went on fucking Thick Shades channel? What she tried to do?
Sure.
She tried to do.
She went on Thick Shades channel, and she answered a bunch of questions after conspiring with these people in real life to enter the courtroom and film, which she wasn't supposed to have anyone do. And we have the correspondence proving that's what she did. She then went to the DA and said, he's breaking the no contact order. Please help me. Why are you hitting me? Why is Josh hitting me right now? Somebody stop him! Ah! She tried. What was the word? Why would she go on that creepy guy? Why would you go on that creepy guy's channel or that going on?
Oh yeah, the DA. Why would she go on that creepy guy's channel? Yeah.
Oh, we got it all. We have everything. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm really not worried. You know what? Give it seriously. Legit.
Well. If it isn't the consequences of our collective actions,
drag all this horse.
What's up, Bob?
Oh, I like Brandon.
Just listening
Did
to
Smokey
this
come in?
nonsense.
Did Smokey come in earlier?
No, Isaac did.
Oh, I thought Smokey was in.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna let him come on here and play his little fucking games. Not even interested in listening to it at all. Go make a different video on it if you want to. But I mean, this is just the most ridiculous juvenile shit I've ever seen. It's a petting zoo. That's what it is. Just petting each other. So, are you familiar with Eric, the Lionheart dude?
Yeah.
See, I liked Eric until he just popped on here and fucking petted Smokey and tried to play the card of like, oh, well, you're facing all of this persecution because you're a real Christian. What the fuck, Eric? You know?
Well, Eric was Eric over here?
Yeah, on this, stream that I'm streaming here of their, their deal here. He popped on to this Will Kincaid's little show here or whatever, and sat there and pretty much.
Oh yes, he did. Yeah, he did go over there. Yeah.
Sat here and said, oh, you're being basically, I'm just giving. I'm totally putting it in a nutshell, but pretty much said that, you're dealing with all of this persecution because you're the real deal Christian. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah.
Wow, your street cred just went down with me there, Eric. What the fuck, man? How can you condone this kind of behavior? Give me a break. So again, I continue to remind everybody that Smokey's whole age premise of the girl is based off of what she put in to be able to play Final Fantasy 14 or whatever it was. That's his whole narrative or case here is based on that, and it obviously falls apart because the court record shows she was 13 years old. Period. They know her.
Anyway, you're being live streamed because nobody can reason anymore.
That's why I'm being live streamed?
You are being live streamed at the moment, yeah. Not by me.
Oh, probably by Ryan?
No, Isaac.
Oh, I could care less. You know what I mean? Do whatever you need to do, buddy. That's fine. You know.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but anyway, because I can. Isaac doesn't even try to have a conversation. He just comes in and tells you shit.
Well, he thinks he's telling you. The thing is, I mean, like, nobody can reason anymore. Well, what's he doing then? If that's what he thinks he's doing.
Who is that? Sorry. Watch out.
Isaac.
Yeah.
He's saying that no one can reason anymore. Except him, of course. Oh well.
Yeah, Isaac is fucking retarded too. So he's got a lot of growing up to do. I'm sorry. I've trained lots of dudes in sales, and this kid is, he's not teachable. You're not even teachable at all because you think you fucking know everything and you don't know shit. That's the bottom line. Isaac's like one of those kind of guys that, like when I, ran crews for framing, he's like a new laborer that's never framed a day in his life, gonna start telling me, the fucking job foreman, how shit needs to be done. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Just shut your mouth and get to work, dude. So anyway, that's the impression I get from Isaac. He's just, dude, you're gonna tell us, That shit annoys me. So anyways, let's continue with the circus show here of Smokey's fucking proclaiming his innocence.
Or shit up in front of a judge who isn't going to be leveraged with Me Too. And because the movement is essentially, I think, for the most part, dead here. It might be still kind of surviving in some liberal jurisdictions, but it's basically dead. So let's drag all this shit back.
So I'm just curious. You probably know this Will dude better than me. Does he always dress Amish or what? What's this? I don't understand his garb. With this weird little blouse with the little string tie thing here and the little jacket. Is he Amish or what's the other one?
No. No, he's a Jewish guy.
Oh, he's supposed to be Jewish?
Well, he says he is.
Okay. Well,
so is Smokey. So is News Unit. So is Law.
News Unit ain't Jewish. News Unit's Polish.
No, News Unit is Jewish as well. He
No,
said
he's
so.
not.
Yeah, he said so.
Dave is not Jewish, dude. He's Polish. So if now all of a sudden he's pretending to be Jewish.
Said he's got Jewish blood or something. Can't remember
That's
now.
Ridiculous, dude. I mean, if you really want to get technical, we all do. You're Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Well, yeah, yeah, I know that.
It's just stupid, dude. No, he's fucking Polish. I don't even know how many times I've heard him 10 years ago talking about, his whole, because that's all Dave loves to talk about is himself. So yes, I've heard his whole fucking family history. He's
all
Polish.
right. Right.
If now all of a sudden he's claiming to be Jewish,
Well, I must have misheard him then.
I don't know, but unless he's getting more delusional than normal, I don't know what to say about that.
That's a bit of an oxymoron. More delusional than normal.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't even know how else to phrase it. So I mean, that's
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Expanding in delusion, I guess, would be a better term. I don't know, but yeah, I've heard him go over and over again about all of his Polish heritage. So I don't even know where any kind of Jewish anything came into play there, but
Yeah,
who knows?
Will Kincaid is a close friend of Smokey's. They have met, and they were on that road trip to that trial, to that court case where Kenny Rhodes, they photographed him in the court and that guy in the court.
I think it's because Will was the one that introduced Smokey to the little girl, I think.
Will Kincaid went with him on that road trip to that trial in was it Mecklenburg? Kenny Rhodes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, probably because he probably had to. He might have been, involved in the case if he's the one that introduced Smokey to
I don't know.
the
I don't
little
know.
girl on the Gaia, little kid fucking website thing.
Yeah, I mean, they're all forgettable bastards, really. Bastards being the key word. You're not going to get the truth from them.
Oh, I
You can't
absolutely. Never ever will his pride. His pride is not going to subside. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to. He is not going to accept responsibility and fess up. He won't face the embarrassment. That's why he's afraid. I mean, his whole narrative on this whole thing is that the girl made this shit up for, her, to advance her career. That's why she came out 20 years later with this embarrassment, this embarrassing situation, because she wanted to further her legal, she's like a forensics officer or something, and this would, somehow benefit her career to report this shit that Smokey did and go through
Yeah,
all
no
of this.
bollocks.
Yeah, it's absurd. It's the most absurd fucking idea I've ever heard. It's just ridiculous.
But I mean, the problem is he thinks we're all stupid.
Yeah, he really believes that people buy this shit. That's, again, and I don't know if you saw the little scene where he was trying not to cry. I mean, why would you be sitting there trying not to cry if you're not even Josh Bell? Like, you were the one falsely accused. You totally, in that little fucking, act you were playing, again, you reveal you are Josh, dummy. You know what I mean? Otherwise, why would you be getting emotional if you're not even Josh? It's fucking ridiculous. It's so stupid that you think you're fucking pulling the wool over anyone's eyes here. It's stupid. You look
That
ridiculous.
turd Ryan knows.
Yeah, you're like a fucking child that's covered both of his eyes and now he thinks he's invisible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Back up, sure. Let's get her into a court and she can be called to testify and explain how her story is loaded with contradictions and fucked up timelines that make no goddamn sense. And added to it,
again, his little comment there about the fucked up timelines is all based on the age that she put into Final Fantasy 14 or whatever it was. Just so pathetic.
thank you, Thick Shades. We can add into evidence all the dumb contradictory shit she then said on the interview streams afterwards, which, by the way, also contradict almost everything that she said in the file as well. So you want to drag all that back in front of a judge?
What about all the conversations with Rob Reed?
Oh, all those. Yes, of course. Absolutely.
Oopsie, somebody should have used two-factor authentication.
Do you know, Bob, does Rob Reed have a video interview with the girl?
I don't think so. He might have been in the same stream. He's a turd. You can't rely on him at all. I've never trusted him even once in the last 3 or
You're
4
talking
years.
about Rob Reed?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, believe me, I have my disagreements with Rob Reed as well.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
I just know that I do not trust him one bit. I know he's a snake.
Well, I don't know if I would call him a snake, but I mean, as far as there are some dishonest, some slight dishonest characteristics, but I think it kind of comes with the territory of being a lawyer. You know what I mean? As far as that moral flexibility, a little bit. I think that's what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
Yeah, morals and robbery do not belong in the same sentence or paragraph.
Moral and what?
Robbery.
Oh, I got you. All right, sorry.
Yeah,
So
I was a tech major.
Rob Reed pretending to be a lawyer, I guess, in this instance, because let's face it. Now, Rob
Bird
Reed,
law.
I know something about agency, agency relationships and agency standards in California, wouldn't I, Rob? And I know that there's something called implicit agency, where when you start hearing a person's case or taking information from them about a certain file or a certain case.
Hold on a minute. See, it always helps to fact check. What is implicit agency in matters of law?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm asking ChatGPT
Oh, sorry.
here. Yeah. Implicit, usually called implied agency, is a type of legal relationship where a person is treated as an agent of another even though no explicit agreement was stated, because their authority is inferred from conduct, circumstances, or necessity. Core idea, an agency exists when one person, principal, authorizes another, agent, to act on their behalf and affect their legal rights. With implicit or implied agency, that authority isn't spelled out, it's reasonably assumed. So now, let's see if Smokey knows what the fuck he's talking about.
That they're involved in, you have implicit. Now, Rob
Bird
Reed,
law.
I know something about agency, agency relationships and agency standards in California, wouldn't I, Rob? And I know that there's something called implicit agency, where when you start hearing a person's case or taking information from them about a certain file or a certain case that they're involved in, you have implicit agency. And therefore, you are held by the standard of client lawyer confidentiality, which you have blatantly violated over and over again publicly. And I guess you just think maybe that they're just useless. The Bar Association is useless. But maybe one of these days, Rob, there's just going to be enough of these clips and just enough of these instances that you're going to have a problem and finally get investigated, because your ethics violations are blatant. They're public, and they're disgusting. And I don't know how you can even begin to posture yourself as any bastion of morality when you operate the way you do. You took information from a sealed file and you released it to everyone, and you admitted to using your connections to do so. And you did this to try and incur more guilt, or to try to accentuate guilt, to try and spread information, to instigate hate. And this is Christian to you, Rob Reed. Didn't you come in once and talk to me about reviling once or something? And now you've helped indulge and engage in a slanderous smear campaign for years. Well done, counselor. You are as retarded as I always said you were. And of course, you would believe whatever you were told. And that is exactly what you did. And you used no scrutiny or cross examination, and you really didn't doubt anything. You just took whatever you were told. And all of you degenerates that were on the hate train just did the exact.
Apparently, though, that Rob took all of the court documents. This is what the court documents show. Nobody's making shit up. Except you, who wants to deny, you want to pretend her age was something different than what the fucking actual court records say. I'm going to go with what the court records say over Smokey's fucking lying mouth every time.
Exact same thing. So there you go. This is the fruit of your rewards of your efforts, is to show that you believe things for stupid reasons with no evidence, just because you want to. So, yes, you chose your belief. You chose to believe something that was emotionally efficacious, something that you wanted to believe, something that satiated your hatred and your desire to throw slander and revile. And you indulged and you jumped on it, even when it made no sense, even when it was a blatant lie. And now you know that the only thing you have to go off of is the testimony of a secret.
Let's see if Smokey's going to answer the question on the... sorry, Smokey, how old were you? And how old were you? I think they meant to ask how old. This must have been Isaac here, huh? 7 Holy Spirits of God. I've missed bits and pieces. Sorry, Smokey. How old were you? And how old were you? How long did the relationship go for?
Singular witness, not 2 or 3 like the Bible says. Just a singular witness. You can only go off of one. And that one is now proven to you to be a fucking liar. So where are you now? Well, I guess you can rely upon the judicial system, the secular judicial system, that allows such ridiculous, disgusting displays of morality. And you can just accept that. And that'll just be your standard. And stop calling yourself a Christian, because you're not, because you don't use Christian judgment. You don't have Christian standards. So shut the fuck up about that, because that's not who you are. Anyway.
Hello.
Hi. I didn't know you were going to throw me right in here. I thought there were other people in front of me first.
No, they kept leaving. Smokey would start talking. And then apparently answer their question before they got to ask it and then disappear. So
I guess so.
Well, I didn't have a specific question. I just was invited to be here. So, hi, Smokey. Welcome back.
You are welcome. Good to see you, Mindy. How are you?
It's funny.
Good.
So why do they keep saying welcome back? Do you know? Bob?
Because he was actually in jail, Brandon.
Oh, okay. So he just got out of jail and now he's back online. That's why they're saying welcome back.
Yeah, because Will Kincaid used to do some live streams on that Corn Club called channel. And Smokey was talking to him during these live streams. Will Kincaid was pretending that it was all AI. It wasn't, because I heard the background noise. He was talking from a cell, and I could hear the prison roll check in the background.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A couple of times.
Interesting.
It was every 3 or 4 weeks.
So then, what was where did Smokey claim that he was then? Do you know?
Well, that's the thing. I can't even remember that, but I do know. Oh, he was clearing up business stuff and all that kind of thing.
Oh, but he didn't want everyone to know that he was in jail while Will kept doing live streams, presenting as though Smokey was somewhere other than in jail. Is that correct?
Yeah. But something like that. I mean, I know that he was in a cell when he was talking to Will Kincaid when he was doing those live streams over a year ago. Because I could hear the cell door flaps and all that kind of the usual routine that you would hear during a prison roll check. Because I've had 30 years of it in this country.
Sure.
And I know a prison roll check when I hear one, Brandon.
Sure.
And okay, it was in America, but cell doors
It's still
slamming
the
and the
same
door
shit.
flaps and all. It's all the same.
America's legal system is damn near identical to England's legal system.
Well, I mean, the prison structure and the way they do things, yeah, well, I mean, not perfectly, but like, I know it's very close. I knew straight away that he was in a cell, no doubt at all.
Yeah. Huh. Well, yeah, they got you. This girl was all lying and everything. That's why you wound up in fucking jail even, and the sex offenders list. What a clown, dude.
Didn't really have anything to add.
Oh, that's fine. Everybody who said that they were going to be here and they threatened to be here and they made innuendo about being here, not a single one of them showed up. All the detractors just fucking disappeared like a fart in the wind. Gorn. Weird how
Listen,
that happens.
if I say I'm going to be here, I'm going to be here. So
listen, I
Where are all the accusers? I'm wondering, where are all the accusers to come up here and try and poke holes? I mean, do you have any evidence from any other side at all? Or you just guys all ran with this? You don't really have nothing. You have nothing at all.
I can answer this question with a hypothetical. Let's say that there was a restraining order against somebody and that they couldn't mention it and that they couldn't make reference to it because of an order of protection or restraining order.
that makes sense.
Bro, we already know who you are. Just fuck off, would you? Do you want to come in the room? This will be really funny. Let's go.
Bring him in.
Come on. We know there's here we go. I'll post it right now. I have Confederates that have been working on Praise's channel for almost 3 years now. I've had Confederates all over the place working undercover for me.
Oh man.
And
Listen to this egotistical nonsense. He has all kinds of covert agents out there working for him. So, because Will, obviously by his garb, is independently wealthy.
He's not.
I mean, what kind of blouse is that? What man wears a blouse? You know what I'm saying? What is this that you're wearing, dude? You
I
look
don't know.
very strange.
The Cone Club call.
And somehow he looks in the mirror and goes, "Yes, that's the look." You know?
You guys thought you ate. You in fact did not. You may want to check your hand.
And this
You might
clears
want
the all fam.
So, but yeah, actually, you know what? I'm glad you're watching. We have a little ditty for you that I'd like to play. It's called Lullafell Lifters on the Belmont Shore. I hope you're not I hope you're not embarrassed by this. But anyway, here we go.
Said she met a fellow out of California where his boat on the Gaia online with the story sprayed old. He sent her a
Hold on, I just got to see something really quick.
Well,
what is the average age group or age of people that are on Gaia Online game platform or whatever it is? I don't even know if it's a game. I don't know what it is. Let's see. 13 to 19-year-olds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some were 20 to 30-year-olds, but they were a minority. Like fucking weirdos that wear strange little blouses and think they look cool, and then perverts like Smokey.
Johnny G guy, Star Ocean, they say. Well, the game been dead just back in the day.
We're 12 years old in our little brains. We think this is funny.
That even in the instance where they can realize that there's a good indication that there's something really defunct and evil that has happened in the system, that they will still, even then, try to seek to perpetuate it further. This is the nature and fruit of free grace, folks. This is what they are. So
Can I just hey, nobody gives a fuck.
The best magnesium for your brain. If you're new to my channel, hi, my name is Robert Love. I'm a neuroscientist.
Fuck. Nobody believes you anymore. You're full of shit. You've been fully and totally and utterly debunked. Go
Shut
the
up.
fuck home. Nobody fucking cares. Especially not fucking me.
You
So
know
that's
what's
the
sad to me, Bob, is it's this fucking need for acceptance in immature people that would make them glom onto this fucking situation. So I'm getting the impression, I don't know for sure, but the person that just made the comment, Mildred Nelson, tell it to the judge, they know who this person is, and I'm getting the impression it's either the girl or her mom. And so but I could be wrong. And then now you have this fucking idiot up here, this I don't know what this, red beard with the blonde hair dude, why he's flipping the person off. You know what I'm saying? This it's like cultic shit. You know what I mean? Is this not like kind of cultic behavior to you, or am I alone on this?
Well, the evil, I mean, the exorcism that he supposedly did, Mary Titus, he treated her like a literal piece of garbage,
Who did?
flotsam and jetsam, absolute rubbish afterwards.
What are you talking about now?
Smokey, when he did that so-called exorcism.
Oh, I remember you posting, or you fucking bringing
Yeah.
that to everyone's attention, and I tried to watch it, but it just started getting stupid to me, and I didn't watch the whole thing, so.
So he goes from one attitude towards her, he wants to help her. Nugent was there, for the pale Galilean, all so-called kindly and everything, and then within 2 days of the event, Smokey's treating her like the lowest piece of garbage on earth, as he usually does with everybody.
Right.
If things don't go the way he wants them, he will continually ridicule you, and he'll be quite evil about it. The same way as he did with Isaac. Same way as he's done with this Satori.
Well, I mean, even the same way he does with me. Me and Smokey were already at each other's throats in the first 15 minutes
Oh
of ever
yeah,
meeting
similar,
each other.
yeah.
Because he just goes on a verbal assault, and then you fucking wonder why nobody likes you, dude. Give me a break.
Oh, they made.
You wonder
Well,
why
he'll do
people
it.
have this kind of level of animosity towards you. You're
He'll keep
surprised?
doing it until you either shut up permanently or make friends with him again. Like, I mean, who did the dirt on Smokey 2 or 3 years ago? Ryan. Now they're close friends.
Oh, I ain't never gonna be your fucking close friend. I can guarantee you
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
No, I've given Smokey ample opportunity to fucking be a man about shit, and he absolutely refuses to because he has a major fucking pride issue. And you have nothing to be proud of, dummy. You know what I mean? You should follow the Bible's instructions and get humble and go talk to God. Because if you think you're talking to God at the height of your pride, you're fucking deluding yourself, man. The Bible is very clear. Only a humble and contrite heart can approach the throne of God for forgiveness. There's no other way. Straight up.
Go the fuck home. Nobody fucking cares. Especially not fucking me. So that's the only thing I'll say to That's the only thing I'll say to them now. No, it's not Quentin's girl. It's. Are we doing this? Is that a thing that we're doing?
I mean, you might as well. Jesus.
Yeah, might as well.
See, hey, we have a great relationship with the Lord. That's why we just blaspheme his name. Because, that's what Christians do. They just use the name of Jesus as a cuss word and not hold it in proper reverence. And OMG and G damn it, and you know what I mean? That's exactly how when you love someone, you should blaspheme their name all of the time. Right, Bob?
Well, no, obviously not.
I mean, it's just ridiculous that they somehow they believe, like with Smokey. I don't even know how many times on this little deal I've heard him blaspheme. And the Bible's super clear. Only my enemies will blaspheme my name. So you should be
Well,
able to.
news unit's done that. News unit, Smokey. Nobody over on that crew over there, if you know what I mean, has said a thing against
Absolutely.
it.
I come down on them all the time. You're deluding yourself that you have a right relationship with God and you consistently blaspheme his name and his title.
Well, they call him gay. They say he's a liar. I mean, what Christian do you know, Brandon, that would ever say Jesus Christ is an L? Liar. Why would they say that?
Agreed. How would you dare to utter such fucking blasphemy?
Well, I know it's an old true Scotsman fallacy, but I think it's a true fallacy. No true Christian ever says that. Ever. Never.
Ever. No one indwelt with the Holy Spirit could ever would that roll out of their mouth. It's not that which goes into a man that defile a man, but that which come out that defiles the man. And
People
no
need to
way.
be People need to be as holy as I am, Brandon.
What do you mean?
I'm only kidding.
Yeah, I know. That's why
Yeah.
I giggled in my
Oh, you do, do you?
Yeah. That's definitely not where the bar has been set. We have been called to bring all thoughts unto the obedience of Christ.
Yeah.
There's the bar. So anybody want to delude themselves that they're making it over the bar? Because
Look what I mean. You just have to hear what they say about God's word, the KJV.
Absolutely. Anybody that can say such despicable things against the KJV as Charlie Michaels and Smokey Saint, and you know what I mean? There's no way you're indwelt with the Holy Spirit. Give me a break. Like,
And
dude,
News Unit doesn't say a thing.
even a newborn Christian that's actually indwelt with the Holy Spirit would know. You are absolutely lying. You're deluding yourself, man. If you think you have a relationship with God and you can easily just no problem blaspheme his name or his title, either the name Jesus Christ or the title of God, that you can just blurt that out with no reverence whatsoever as a cuss word, then your relationship with God stinks. Your idea of love is totally corrupt and absolutely reprobate if you think that's acceptable behavior towards someone you love.
Should I?
Go for it.
Just do it. Do the thing.
Lo, do you want to get your ID?
Oh my god.
What'd you say? OMG. You're too comfortable with it, folks. Way too loose.
We don't want to have another incident.
Well, yeah,
I
plausible
would-
deniability.
To be fair, I do get
I would have Lo send her ID to.
Did you see the way he kind of grinned when he said plausible deniability? That's what that's what he thinks he's being slick right now, squeezing out
Why
the
does he
door.
even need it? Why
Yeah.
does he even need plausible deniability, Brandon?
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Carl's dad or Carl, but they're both probably dead. Lowe's for sure, but
Lowe's for sure.
William.
Pathetic deflection stream. Man, shut the fuck up.
Totally.
There is a fucking
It-
link. Yeah,
That's
come
all
in.
this whole stream is a pathetic deflection stream. Totally agree.
Come in. Come on in. Let's have a chat. You want to have a chat? It can just be me and you, or you and Lo, or you could talk to Mindy for some reason. Whatever you want, bro.
Or you could go back to pretending to be a child on fucking Final Fantasy. Bye.
A what?
Rumpy fucking pumpied, I believe the video said. Anyway, what were we talking about?
I don't fucking know, man. Your
I
autism.
am about to
I've been
announce.
chugging mead mimosas all night. I'm fucking broke.
You drink some mimosa at night.
I don't talk to Spurgs. Well, I guess you don't spend a lot of time in the mirror then, do you? Anyway.
No, you
I
just
wouldn't with a face like yours.
I woke up looking like you. I'd kill myself.
So
should I go get the crown? Oh yeah, you guys.
Get the
Low
crown.
and Smokey. Low and Smokey. Okay, yeah. Are we doing it? Did we decide?
Yeah, might as well. Just get it out there. Everyone in the cult, I think, knows at this point.
Q, get off the fucking screen. Low, move a little closer.
Yeah.
Oh my! I couldn't get off the screen. That's so
It doesn't matter. It's fine. Yes, Lo and Q are getting married, and they are together.
What the fuck? Hold on.
And
Oops.
I'm kidding. Of course.
What the fuck?
No, yeah, I know. I'm an asshole. I know. I get it. Yes, absolutely. Me and Lo are dating. We are seeing each other. We are making our plans to get married in the near future and also start a family. She is the love of my life. We have found a connection with each other that is incredible, deep, profound, the type of thing that we've both been looking for in a person for a very, very long time. And we are deeply, madly in love.
What was that, Bob?
Yeah, it's always got to be profound and deep, according to him.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, that's the romantic bullshit that Lo has bought. You know what I mean? She's never had anybody talk to her like this. You know what I mean?
I mean, look at the way that Smokey has talked about, and I know you're not great friends. Well, I'm assuming you're not great friends with the pod. But look at the way he's spoken about them and Tom, Dude, Olive, their relationships, Bill's relationships, and whatever. What the? I mean, how can he even claim any kind of morality anyway? It's just weird.
I mean, I gotta say, dude, it's like, I see something weird in that behavior. Like with Dave, with Tom and Olive, with Smokey and Lo, these people that are pretending to be married. They're not married.
I don't know if Dude is pretending.
Yes,
I honestly
they are
don't know.
pretending. They've never ever had any kind of ceremony. You've never had any, you don't have any witnesses to the marriage. There's no contract. You don't have.
I've got to say, Brandon, I honestly do not know. I've got no opinion on it. It's actually none of my business to comment on, really.
Oh, I agree.
It really isn't.
Yeah. Believe me.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Only because we just brought it up. I'm just saying, I don't think any kind of delusional behavior is Christian behavior. That's all I'm getting at. Is that?
Well, I don't believe.
Yeah.
I don't believe Smokey is a Christian, actually.
Oh, I don't either. But I'm just saying though, that with Tom, with Dude and Olive, if they've actually had some kind of ceremony and they have some type of contract in this marriage agreement, then forgive me for speaking out of turn. But if you don't, and you're sitting there claiming and playing this weird little role playing game of being married, that to me is delusional behavior, and it's, you know, unchristian. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what Christian ever says they hate other Christians, or they hate Christians, or they hate the name Christian?
Sure. Yeah.
They,
Well,
they've,
I'm not
they've
letting
all said
go of
it.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not letting it go to people that aren't actually Christian for the sake of saving souls. Is why, this is in the Bible. They were called Christians first in Antioch. It means a follower of Christ. And we do have a huge problem right now with over 20,000 different denominations claiming to be Christian, claiming to follow Jesus, and claiming to follow the Bible. But they all have huge doctrinal errors and huge
Yeah, I mean,
doctrinal disagreements.
yeah, everybody does, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, so, but it's,
I've got to say though that with what I've heard, and I'm going to get accused of being judgmental, right?
you're supposed
With
to
what
be
I've heard them
judgmental.
say, what I've heard Smokey and News Unit say, how am I actually supposed to believe that they are in Christ? How am I
Yeah.
supposed to believe that?
Well, it's unfortunately you have some Christian discernment if you're indwelt with the Holy Spirit, and that's where, common sense, reason, logic is telling you there's no fucking way these guys are Christians. There's no way that someone that is indwelt with the Holy Spirit could say such blasphemous things. That Jesus is a liar and unjust and blah 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 and all of the terrible things we've heard, and
Well,
that
I mean,
God is incapable of fulfilling his promise of purification and preservation of his word, which happens to be the contract. So
yeah, I mean,
we don't.
who encourages somebody to write another song like Sammy did about Jesus's Penis, and then News Unit will play that a few times, and then they'll blame everybody else, right?
Oh yeah.
And then he'll actually ask Fro to write another one along the same lines. What on earth am I supposed to think of that? Not a lot. And I have
Not
tried
a,
to have a bit of grace for him, but like
well,
now I just
it's actually your Christian duty to stand against
well, I don't
all of
want to.
this.
I'm not trying to sound all holy. Like I tried.
Look, we all
You
know
can only go so
there's no
far,
chance
really.
that Brandon Irish or Bob are ever in this corrupt flesh are ever going to be holy. But that you can tell who's actually serious and doing business with God by their obedience. That's how you know.
Well, yeah, that's difficult because nobody knows what we do behind camera.
Sure.
Nobody,
Yeah,
no, none of
and
nobody on YouTube has actually met
your
me.
sins are between you and God. That's why King
Yeah,
David, when he got, when thou art the man, he immediately, he didn't ask for forgiveness from nobody but God first and
yeah,
foremost.
yeah, yeah,
I sinned before God. You know what you do, and God knows what you do. There's
yeah.
nothing hidden from him, and so you know what your sin problem is. And and if it doesn't grieve you in the heart, something's wrong with your relationship, because this whole
Yeah,
thing of eternal security is based on a relationship.
yeah.
The whole thing is based on a relationship. If you love God and he loves you, you're eternally secure. And if you love him, you'll obey his commandments. Because his commandments are based on, not you. It's about them that don't believe yet. That's why.
And we are super, super excited.
Aw, look at her blushing. Aw.
Yeah.
To get married in the very near future and to have kids and have a family and start building that together. It's something she's always wanted. It's something I've wanted. Just circumstances and situations would not allow it to be. But now going to happen. She doesn't want the camera on her. She's gonna be really self-conscious about that. That's fine.
All right, well, put me down.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm back on the camera now. So
So Lo and I are together. She visited a little while ago. Lo, do you mind if I tell the story about your visit?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay? Okay.
It was actually really sweet, actually. So
you don't mind me telling?
We should tell the whole story because it was actually really sweet.
Okay. So Lo's grandfather, about a week ago, week and a half.
What was that, Bob?
Yeah, I've heard this.
I was about to say I've heard this shit before, dude. I was gonna
It's just a
fast
guilt
forward it
trip.
too.
He just wants to sound chivalrous.
Absolutely, totally. Believe me, I get the whole scam. You know what I mean? So I guess to people of around an 80 IQ will buy this bullshit. I mean, I understand how they could buy it. So he one thing I will say about Smokey, he's got some sales experience for sure, because he's always practicing his ABCs, and in sales that means always be closing, and he has that habit. Like, I've noticed he has that habit, so I get a strong impression he's had some sales background. So, because he's selling it, you know what I mean? I get it.
Was kind of in terminal condition. He was getting ready to die. So Lo needed to come out here and see her grandfather for the last time. So she flew out here. She came out on LAX.
All right, let's see if anybody jumps on and challenges him. Is this Andrew Graham? Is he another came to pet Smokey guy, or what? Do you know, Bob?
Oh yeah, he's another Smokey, yeah.
Oh really? So he's just gonna come on here and pet Smokey? Fuck that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who's this other?
Yeah, they all do, really.
Okay, maybe Brian will fucking stand for some truth, huh? Let's see if Brian challenges anything, or if Brian came in here to kiss Smokey's ass.
Technicality she's leveraging, which is that in this state, for the ages she declared, it's fine if you're 6 years age difference, but not if you're 7. Now, she happens to be 7 years difference from Josh. So she is trying to leverage this.
Did you hear that little Freudian slip? He had to, he tripped up and had to catch himself right there from Josh. You know what I'm saying? There's a 7-year difference from Josh. He realized he had, let me back that up one. Boom.
Years age difference, but not if you're 7. Now, she happens to be 7 years difference from Josh. So she is.
So, right there. That's what I'm talking. He said 7-year age difference from himself, which would, if he's going to hold to his I'm not Josh shtick, you know what I mean? He just blew his cover right there.
Is trying to leverage this to try and justify this little technicality of this age gap, which, by the way, in the surrounding states isn't even illegal. So this is literally, a predator based upon what piece of land you happen to be standing on at the time. Had happened to be just 50 miles south, or 40 miles north, or whatever it is. No problem. No law broken at all, even based upon the story she told. Okay, so this is leveraging a technicality so close to the edge of things and to claim that as a predator. Now, let me explain how ridiculous this is and how the system does not actually catch predators.
You see what I'm saying, though? With the, I mean, here's another one of his little sycophants asking a question. Did you dump her, Smokey? Was this a revenge case? I mean, you're too stupid to realize that you should have two question marks on here, buddy. You know what I'm saying? This is the level of, the IQ level of his fucking little sycophants.
Or does not actually engage in protecting anyone at all. Because you could have someone who is, say, for instance, 1 year younger than Josh was, who could go out and just bang every 14, 15-year-old that he could find with absolute indiscrimination. Just banging every single chick he can find, every single teenager he could find, 14, 15-year-olds across the board, will never be seen as a predator under the law. But you have another guy who's 1 year older, who has a monogamous, long-term, long-distance relationship where he can't possibly touch her or have sex with her or anything like that, but is distance related and is approved by the parents and known by the parents, isn't in hiding, isn't manipulated, doesn't have any signs of any predatory activity, and that guy is labeled the predator. While the 1 year younger can go around and bang as many 14 and 15-year-olds as he wants and get away with it. Is that really?
As though, yeah, I mean, see, this is where Josh holds himself in too high of a regard. So I don't know what unique circumstances led to this little 13-year-old girl being attracted to you. So, but I, guarantee you, no, you have no chance of getting in the pants of other little 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds at your whim. So, because you do have things like parents and stuff in the way. So, and most girls are probably, at that age, not in any way attracted to you. So, I mean, be realistic, dude.
Is that really what you think justice is? You really think that we're protecting against predatory relationships? What about the 18-year-old girls that are groomed into going into OnlyFans by digital pimps? You guys don't seem to care about that.
Oh, okay. Except for those are 18-year-old. Now you are legally an adult. An 18-year-old is an adult in law. The issue here is in law. You know what I mean? 21-year-olds don't get to go have sex with 13-year-olds. Otherwise, it'd be real. You know what I mean? Dude, it's just ridiculous, dude. It's just, gross. Like, that he doesn't understand how this affects children. All of these girls on OnlyFans had some type of predator in their life 99% of the time. Every one of these girls that are strippers and on OnlyFans and in porn all had somebody that sexualized them at a young age. Every motherfucking one of them, dude. They have daddy issues and shit. No dad around, all kinds of mommy with all kinds of, predatory men around. And I mean, it's, this is the total how shit rolls. So yes, I mean, this is just, I mean, his points are fucking absurd to me in every way. It just, ugh.
Oh, they're adults. Well, why don't you?
Yeah, it's called spawn. There's actually terminology for it. It's called spawn camping. It's right. when an underage influencer opens an OnlyFans the day she turns 18.
Right. So there you have a situation where there are plenty of instances of predatory relationships that are never punished, never noticed, never spoken against, never had an issue with, because it doesn't fit the arbitrary guidelines of the judiciary and the legislature that we've adopted. So we'll just allow that. We'll turn a blind eye. But we're going to focus on these little minutia 10, 20, 30 years after the fact to try and define a predator who has absolutely zero criminal history. Why the fuck would someone spend their time, money, effort, and energy to chase after
So, I mean, really, he's sitting here bitching and moaning and pouting right now because he's the only one that got caught.
Why does he, I mean, I would ask, why does he keep going on about this mysterious other person called Josh? When if it's not him,
Absolutely,
I
dude.
mean,
Like, I
you
mean,
know,
how? That's the number one point of contention is, dude, if you're not Josh, why would you give such a shit? Why would you spend this kind of time to know everything about this girl and this guy named Josh that isn't even you? I mean, how fucking stupid do you think people are?
oh, utterly stupid. He thinks everybody is.
Apparently, he thinks
Yeah,
everybody is just fucking literally drooling out of the side of their mouth in stupidity.
yeah.
That's the problem when you have this group of people around you with this desperate need for acceptance that that are gonna sit here and form a fucking petting zoo with each other. You know what I mean? Instead of being like, dude, that ain't right. You know what I mean? A true friend is gonna let you know when you have a booger hanging out of your nose. You know?
Yeah.
So this is not true friendship in any way. This petting zoo behavior that you see in all kinds of different channels on YouTube and shit.
"Quote unquote" illegal relationship 3,000 miles away when they could just do it in their backyard. It makes no fucking sense. In
Why
fact,
would I go all the way across the country to molest a kid when I could just molest him here? Fucking stupid idiot. This is how fucking dumb your fucking argument is.
it makes zero fucking sense. In fact, you'd have to think, well, maybe it was just a legal relationship. Maybe this is all a bunch of horse shit that's been added in post hoc to try and allow some lying bitch to pretend to be a victim. There you go.
Well,
For
there it
personal
is,
gain,
folks.
as we
There
stated
you
earlier,
have it.
because I'm sure you
Of
missed
course.
that part
And
too.
attention and just general
because
clout
because she
and
was
boredom, I
pursuing
imagine.
she was pursuing a career in criminal justice, and a professor was like, "Hey, why don't you do this? It'll look real."
I mean, is this the weakest, stupidest fucking argument you've ever heard? That
Well,
that
I would
this
say, would a professor at law actually suggest that in a classroom that somebody bring about a litigation or a legal case against somebody in a classroom?
yeah,
Why would
with the
somebody?
intention to further their career. It'd look real good on your transcripts if you went and
Yeah,
fucked
and
someone
why would
over.
she? Yeah, why would she? Apparently, she brought that up in the class in front of everybody. If she was a real victim, I would have a hard time believing that she would be coming forward like that and saying that kind of thing.
Yeah, and if you watch the interview, they were going over a particular subject in class that made her realize, you know what? That happened to me. They were discussing predatory behavior and shit, and she went, "That happened to me." And then somebody's just gonna blurt that out in the middle of a classroom. You know what? I was molested as a child. You know what I mean? Give me a break. People don't do that. It's psychologically proven that the fear of embarrassment is stronger than the fear of death. A number of people commit suicide because they're, the fear of embarrassment. They don't want people to know something that they've done, or they can't face people knowing something that they've done. So it's just fucking a totally absurd argument, and unless you're a fucking moron, you know what I mean? You're not going to buy this bullshit. None of this shit adds up in common sense land. So, but you got fucking retards like Isaac that are fucking buying this bullshit hook, line, and sinker that's going to come in here and tell me how to be a fucking Christian, you retard.
Yeah, well, I
It'll
mean,
look really good.
Smokey did the same thing with Isaac for a month or two, didn't he?
What, sat there and bashed him?
Well, basically, yeah, that's what Smokey was doing. Most of his live streams was slagging Isaac off.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden Isaac's back on his nuts. It's fucking weird, dude. Like what's going on here, dude? What kind of weird hypno trick does fucking Smokey pull on you fucking morons?
Well, I don't know if he actually saw the scream, but Isaac spent an hour repeating the same phrase to Smokey. Stop dogging on me, stop dogging on me. Something like that. I can't remember what it was he said exactly.
Yeah, it's totally
But yeah,
fucking. It's such childish behavior, dude, and I'm not at
and then
all interested.
all of a sudden they made up. They brought it in. It's
Yeah, it's
all love, love, love now.
yeah. Now and
So,
now you go out and fucking defend him like he's your boyfriend. It's fucking weird. So I don't know, man. I don't know. You need to learn how to think for yourself, for starters, there, Isaac, if you're listening.
oh, he is. He's doing a live stream on this. He's commenting as we
Good.
speak, I
There you
think,
go.
still.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just
that's up
trying to
to
tell
him,
you,
and
kiddo, you need to grow up, dude. You do not behave like a fucking man at all. You behave like a child. And I'm just, I don't have patience for that. I've tried to exercise my patience, but it ain't working, dude. You fucking fly onto my last nerve like in 5 minutes flat every time.
On your you know how you when you go to college now they want you to list like all of your victim statuses, like if you're black or if you're Indian or if you're disabled or gay or whatever, they want you to give that whole thing on your CV. Well, like basically like that, except for like a job application essentially. And not only that, but she's got a history of like literally making up things, like in a less harmful way, like the guy online forums role playing stuff.
See, I mean, this is fucking absurd shit, too. This girl is now, basically going to school for FBI forensics or something, like forensics detective. That's, finding DNA and blood splatters studies and all of that kind of shit. And you have to go through like heavy duty background checks and everything to ever get a job like that and pass, psychological testing and stuff to enter into those types of fields. So, I mean, obviously, this girl isn't fucking stupid. The
yeah,
the
but
girl
I don't
that's
believe he's going in for FBI training either.
what was that?
I don't believe that she was actually going in for FBI training, or if she was, she's not anymore, or something like that.
Well,
I
in that
don't think.
interview, that's what she said she was going to school for.
All right.
In the
Well,
interview with
apparently she left
Thick
that
Shades,
school.
huh?
Apparently she left that school.
Oh, did she? I don't know about all
Yeah, I
that, but
think so. Yeah.
anyways, yeah.
I don't know. I didn't. I don't. I'm not investigating any of this shit.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying, based off of that, if you're going to, if you're attending school to get into FBI forensics and shit, that's a lot of science and math and all of that. So she's obviously not stupid. You know what I'm saying? So she can't be a completely stupid person. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Becca's asking some good
And then
questions.
oh, is he in my chat?
It's in the side chat. Yeah.
like the
Yeah. See, I
Lalafell
can't see
lifter
my
incident
chat when
on
I'm
the
zooming.
Belmont server on.
I have to use my phone to see the comments in the chat.
All right. Right. Oh, James. Hello, James. Non-denom.
Oh, is he in my chat?
Yeah, in your side
Elephant
chat.
nipples. Let's see. Let me just turn this part down. All right. So Brandon acts like he's Oh, whoops, that's not his. Elephant in the room. If he's not Josh, then why is there such passion in defending this person named Josh? We've noted that several times. It is ridiculous, dude. Like, how many times have you exposed yourself, moron, that you're absolutely Josh? And if he's not Josh, why does he have such elaborate and intimate detail on the relationship between these two people, her mother, her father, all of it? It's fucking so ridiculous that he believes that people believe his bullshit. It really is pathetic. So, anyways, we've been, noting that this entire stream, Beckel, is like, give me a break. Yeah, how many times I need to get like a cool little counter on here to count all of the times he's revealed that he is absolutely Josh. Even though he goes by Carl now, or which he thinks is pretty slick because his name is Joshua Herbel Marks, so now he's Karl Marx. Blah blah blah. I mean, it's just so fucking
Final Fantasy
juvenile. It's
14
pathetic.
and the fucking LARPing and like actually LARPing, like medieval times type stuff, like all that shit, and it all matches this overarching MO of just wanting to be the center of attention and telling stories in general. So this was like the ultimate story.
So this girl just came out with all this shit because she needed some attention. Apparently, this girl is cute enough for a 21-year-old dude to fly across the country to have sex with her. She's cute enough for that, but for some reason, she just can't get any attention in the normal world, so she fabricated all this shit up about Josh Herbel.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Brandon, Illuminati Land, he's a Calvinist, so I just thought I'd let you know.
He's a Calvinist?
Yeah, Illuminati Land is, yeah.
I don't know if he's a Calvinist or not. I couldn't
Oh, he
say.
is, yeah. Yes, he is.
Huh. Well, he's fucking Illuminati Land is one day he, agrees with me. The next day he doesn't. It's, he's weird. He's double-minded in my opinion.
Hey, Will, can I say something?
Here we go.
You maybe.
Hi, Will. It's Brian. Smokey, how you doing tonight?
How you doing, Brian? Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, buddy. Hey, did you ever, just a quick question, did you do any jail time?
Well, we're not going to get into that.
There it is. See, I knew Brian would come in and say something. So, of course, already on the delay, you were correct, Bob, when you say that you heard in the background the jail roll call or whatever it's called. What do you call it?
Roll check. Roll check.
Roll check.
It's where they lock everybody up for either breakfast, dinner, or tea, or night time. And they go and check each cell, and they open the flap, and this, that, and the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew straight away, and that's over a year ago.
Yeah, you heard it, so you knew. You already called it that he was in jail. So now.
Oh, I knew it. I didn't go around saying stuff. I just knew.
Yeah, you knew, but now here it is. Brian's standing him up on the question. He's already delaying. So if you were an interrogator, a professional interrogator, you already know that this guy in his brain is buying time to make up his lie. So let's hear it.
Yeah.
Josh may have, but
okay. Because I find it.
Well, we're not going to get into that. Josh may have, but
okay. Because I find it ironic. The irony here is just astonishing to me. This channel, this Praise I Am channel, consistently goes after people while their host, the dude, is a deadbeat dad and has
And
served
talking about responsibility, it wants to tell us all about responsibility.
Yes, and he's teaching, and his people in his chat, their chat, preach this responsibility.
Okay, so now fucking, now Brian's gonna take this into a weird direction. So now it's the, enemy of my enemies is my friend shit. Is what it seems like, Brian is now steering the conversation into. Is now it's, hey, let's join in bashing on Praise's channel.
Well, this was nearly a year ago. Things have changed since then.
Sure. But would you agree with me that that seems to be the direction this just fucking turned after a great question of, did you do any jail time? And then, of course, the stall, and then, well, Josh may have. Well, you're Josh, dumb fuck, so, okay, Josh did do jail time, you fucking moron. You're not innocent. Let's quit fucking pretending. Be a man about your fucking business and stand up and accept your fucking wrongdoing and make shit right. You piece of shit. Before you can ever be accepted by the brethren. Period. Them's the rules.
Stuff, while he can't take care of his own kid. I find it ironic and actually sickening that an attorney sits over there and plays the game with them.
Yep.
And snuggles up with them, knowing that the guy with glasses over there, say the dude, is a deadbeat piece of shit.
Hey, Brian, you had mentioned something earlier that I wanted to ask you about, and I'm glad you came in.
Okay, but, not taking care of kids and having sex with kids are two completely different issues. And Brian is somehow, in some weird way, kind of conflating the two or putting them on the same level of penalty when no. Not taking care of your kids versus having sex with kids are totally different criminal levels. Totally different. Not in any way the same. So what a false fucking comparative this shit is.
Yes.
You had said something in the private chat that this wasn't you, I apologize. That Praise and Olive got arrested for fraud.
Was it welfare fraud?
No, that was not me.
Okay, hang on. Okay, then that's my fault. I apologize.
No, I only know about the dude and the being.
I don't know if you noticed it, Brian, but the other night too, because dude has been talking about everyone's. Not dude, sorry, Praise and Spider have been talking about everyone's genitalia and the genitalia of their wives and their significant others, which you've seen a bit of. And I went in there and I had proposed an argument to Praise, and I recommend everyone to go remind Praise of this argument, because if he wants to talk about people's genitals all day long, by the way, it's a little weird that Praise spends every day on and some way talking about my junk. Like, for a straight man, it's bizarre to focus this much on someone else's genitalia. Like every day he's talking about my dick, and I don't
wait
understand.
a minute, is he talking about your dick or Josh's dick?
But Quentin maybe does. Quentin has a theory.
I know, it's because, see, they're jealous of this thing right here, because this thing right here has the permission to slob the knob, whereas the other ones don't. And from what I've heard, dude's pee-pee isn't adequate enough. But, that's just what I've been told in this dude.
Just a quick.
Is this kid Lowe's brother or something? Do you know?
I think so, yes.
Huh. I'm guessing. That was weird. That was a weird.
Yeah, I think so.
Quick point of order, by the way. So this is me. This is me and Carl in a live stream. This was a year ago. What?
That?
Oh, that's Sky Out. That's Sky Out. Sky Out was trans or something for a while. Anyway, so this was a year ago, and Smokey has been appearing in streams this whole time.
The whole time.
Like literally.
So real quick, Illuminati Land says, Brandon, I agree with you where you are right and disagree with you where you are wrong. That's not
All
being
right.
double-minded. That's having discernment. Assuming that, yeah, assuming you're correct though, because you have some real weird positions at times, buddy. That's why I say double-minded. When you're, because when you're on the wrong side of a doctrinal issue. So, anyways, I don't know. I don't know about you, Illuminati. I don't know about you sometimes.
Like, here's the Christmas stream from a year ago. He was there. The Christmas stream from 2 years ago. I'm trying to find. I know he was in that one. Let's see.
While you're looking
These
for
are
streams,
Yeah,
Chris,
I thought I heard a bunch of people saying they were calling parole officers or something and going to make sure that Smokey was going to get arrested because he's not supposed to be on stream. What happened to all that? I was wondering what happened.
This is the one where Smokey was literally at my house 3 years ago.
Yep.
There's a stream here somewhere where I was at Smokey's house.
Yep.
So I think maybe that'll answer your question.
So by the way, I'll
Does anyone know if Smokey and Will Kincaid met at a baseball game?
I'll put out this to praise. If you actually come in here and talk, I'll publicly apologize for saying that you and your sister fuck.
I won't.
What did he just say? Hold on.
I know you
What
won't.
did he just say? I got to hear that again. What did the little albino dude say?
Smokey's house.
Yep.
So I think maybe that'll answer your question.
So by the way, I'll put out this to praise. If you actually come in here and talk, I'll publicly apologize for saying that you and your sister fuck.
I won't.
I know you won't do it.
I will
but
say it again to take away Quentin's apology.
hang on, I'll
double down.
You know what? Better
I'll
yet,
double
can
down.
you full screen me real quick, Will?
Yeah,
Just
let me
real
get this
fast.
off here.
I'll never use this again if you come in and talk.
I'll start using it.
Anyway, so yeah, you.
I'll put blood on the tires.
Oh, damn, that got deep. Anyway, so yeah, praise. You have no reason not to come in unless Daddy Dude told you otherwise.
You know,
Because you
much
won't.
back child support he has? None.
Yeah, that's crazy. And you know what's even funnier is that Praise ran away from me because his dad told him to. He won't debate
Oh,
me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. P-Town. I hope your questions were satisfied. Hold on, what did they say in private
sorry,
chat?
Mrs.
Nothing.
P-Town.
Oh, and also Lady Avon, thanks for being here. Bye, Mindy. We'll miss you. We'll see you next week. I will be somewhere. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I will be somewhere eventually. I don't know if Cone Club Cult will be streaming next week because I'm pretty wore out from all the running around.
This is a fruition of 3 years of work, all of this that we are doing tonight. This is all coming together with a lot of planning. Even everything we've done in the last 30 days, William, were not all of my actions and reemergence meticulously planned, and everywhere I was supposed to appear and everything I was supposed to do and everyone I was supposed to talk to, because that's what his Lord has commanded. And you call that you call that evil works-based salvation.
Hold on, I'm gonna back it up. Let's see who this dude is that comes popping in here. I want to hear somebody fucking calling him on his bullshit.
The Holy Spirit comes in and regenerates us, and then we can believe. Is that how it's going to be? That the Holy Spirit comes in, so now we just remove human autonomy.
Okay, anybody? I've never seen this before. Anybody want to take any bets that Shep's going to come in here and kiss Smokey's ass with much
Oh yeah,
chapstick?
he will. Yeah.
With much
I know he will.
chapstick. This guy is the biggest ass kisser I've ever met. Anyway.
From the equation of salvation altogether. No human autonomy in soteriology at all. It's pure Calvinism. At least if that's what you're going to be, then do that. But don't feed me Calva speak and try and claim that you're not Calvinist. And don't contradict yourself. And don't condemn a brother and don't support the condemnation of a brother over something as beautiful and sincere as biblical, as believing that in order for him to be having his savior, he has to also be
Is
his
this
Lord.
Isaac? Bob? Is this dude right here Isaac?
Actually, I think it is. Hold on.
And that
yes,
he
it
has
is.
to.
Oh
Yeah.
man! Oh wow! He even sounds like his voice and him match. Wow!
To listen to what his Lord has said and walk in forgiveness and love, because that's what his Lord has commanded. And you call that
He
that
looks so tweaked out, dude. Like he's shaking and shit. Is he a tweaker?
evil works-based salvation, that beautiful confession. You do have a lot to learn, and you should analyze that, Jared. You should analyze you sitting there and condemning Isaac for doing something that is biblical and beautiful, and you're going to take the side of these people condemning him to hell, and you're not going to say a thing. That is a problem for me. And so, yeah, you got on my bad side with that. I expected better of you, Jared. Anyway, I'll leave with that.
Okay. I
Also,
have
real quick
to-
before
Okay, so there's here. I'm starting to understand the dynamic of Isaac's and Smokey's relationship. So, because Smokey just like adamantly defended Isaac here, and now
Yeah.
Isaac feels like his boyfriend just handled the problem. You know what I mean? Like took care of the bully for him. It's fucking
Not. Yeah, that didn't last long though, did it?
no. Yep, this love is paper thin.
Hey, I have to take a piss break. But I'll let you guys carry on. Everybody's here.
Isaac,
So-
good to see you, buddy.
I've been silenced on this for a hot second, but now that the 30th is here, Mac and Cheese, you're not a fucking rapper, okay? Anybody can make AI and type fucking lyrics into a fucking program, okay? Your diss tracks are dog shit, and if you really want to see a rapper, go to my fucking channel, because other than that, you're not making music, dog. A computer's doing it for you.
Think YouTube runs live streaming? Think again. The biggest live streams in the US are happening on Rumble. And now launching.
Amen, man. Spot on.
Also, I love your one sentence responses to me, and then you won't speak to me after that. Like it's really cute. It's really cute how all these grown men are like terrified of me.
Well, not even just that. Not even just that. I only weigh 125 pounds, and for Jared, servant of Christ, servant of Satan, servant of Christ, sit there and be so scared of me to literally block me because he's afraid of what I'm gonna say. Why? Like, why are you gonna be so scared of what I'm gonna say?
I want
Jesus, 125 pounds. I can curl that.
Wow. And then what does Shepard? Shepard kicks off his conversation in blasphemy. So casually. I mean, am I alone on? Am I the only one that has a problem with that?
No.
Yeah. To me, that's like, dude, how you think you have a good relationship with God, and you can just enter a conversation like that?
Exactly. Everyone's what I'm gonna say. Why? Like, why are you gonna be so scared of what I'm gonna say?
I want to
Jesus, 125 pounds. I can curl that.
Exactly. Everyone can throw me across the room. Why are you so scared of me?
Isaac, I want to apologize publicly for grooming you. Praise made me aware that I groomed you, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're a grown-ass man that was groomed, you know.
Even though you're 6 years older than me, I groomed you somehow into Christianity, I guess, even though I'm not like a Christian.
Even though I already had my own theology, my own
You had your own theology.
You didn't try telling me that I was wrong or anything with my theology or anything else like that. No, not at all. And then you didn't try to convince me that making fun of people online is okay because it's fun in games. Okay.
So, Bob, how much you want to bet that Isaac is enjoying this part of the show because he gets to hear himself talk? He is loving this segment right here, boy. That's right.
Well, he's not getting slagged off. He's getting lionized.
Yeah. Anyways, but this is indeed going to be Isaac's favorite part of the show today is himself.
By the way, Isaac, it's good to finally meet you.
Oh yeah, it's good to finally meet you too. And remember what I said about your channel. I really recommend what you were trying to do with it. I think
Yeah.
it'd be very smart.
Yeah, we'll talk about that another time because I don't want to.
Yeah, for sure. We'll do
Isaac,
private talk.
by
I know.
the
I'm
way,
just letting you know.
Isaac,
Appreciate it.
how are you feeling lately, buddy? I hope our group has been welcoming to you and that you've been on a good path. I've been catching your streams. I don't always chime off that I'm there, but I do check in on you from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm doing good. Honestly, to tell you the truth, I just wanted to know
What
that
did
I
you say, Bob?
Yeah, Smokey checks in on him now and again,
Aw,
except when he doesn't.
just wanted to
And
come and
then,
tuck
yeah.
you in.
Yeah.
I wasn't the only one, and I see pretty much everyone being picked on exactly the same way that I am. So
And
I'm.
I mean,
Oh,
it's weird
good.
though that Isaac is cool with another man talking to him like that. If
Well,
another man talked to me that way, I would get upset. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, I would be upset even if a dude like stood up for me and like, tried to be my little fucking mental bodyguard.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
whoa, dude, I'm a man. I don't need you to fight my shit. All right, you just fucking
But
pipe down. I
who's
can handle
picking on
this.
Isaac? Nobody. I mean, the things that were going on over with Jared TK and other channels, and he wonders why he gets pushed back. He's
Sure.
not being picked on.
Yeah, I mean, it's like somehow they don't understand or realize that, like, I mean, when you talk to people this way, you should expect this kind of reaction.
Yeah.
You know what I
And
mean?
nobody's scared of anything that Isaac's going to say.
Why would anybody
He's
be
got no.
scared of what anybody on a fucking computer screen's gonna say?
Anyway, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, give me a fucking break. Like, does any? How could you possibly be afraid of somebody on a fucking computer screen, however many miles away? It's ridiculous to me. Like, what the fuck? So, anyways, but yeah, this is, but it to me, it's weird though that Isaac, he likes it. He likes this kind of, I mean, in prison, Isaac would totally be a prison bitch.
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah, no
Wouldn't
doubt
be a
about
good
that.
play.
You would totally be in a fucking dress, and happy being in a dress. You know what I mean? Anyway,
I mean, I'm not the only one. So it's just like it's great to know that God, like just like in the Bible, He said
when you cuddle with me, Smokey.
There was a people that were bowing to the hand of Baal, and He's like, "Where are the people I don't even know?" And God's like, "I have 10,000 saints that you don't know of that are just right over there that did not
Okay.
bow to the hand of."
Okay,
So
so
just
we
have
have
Will and
Jared coming in. Maybe I'm hoping somebody will try to challenge something instead of come in and fucking pet Smokey.
Damn it, William. By the way, he's not taking a piss. He's taking his 10th shit of the day. That is what's actually happening.
At least.
It's
That's
horrible
very
None
generous.
of
diarrhea.
There he is.
None of this is
And P-Town.
What?
none of this is about Jesus Christ at all, is it, Brandon?
Oh, absolutely not. No, this is about fucking. It's a me festival for Smokey.
Yeah, it's like one of them. It's like one of them choo-choo train thingies. They're all butt sucking each other.
You talking about like a carumba line or whatever, like when they do the
Yeah,
dance?
something
Fucking
like that, but a bit more squalid.
no, to me, it's just a big petting session. And
Yeah.
and it's really with a bunch of people that still have this need for acceptance. You should outgrow your need for acceptance. A normal healthy development would be around age 13 or 14 when you part with that, need for acceptance shit, unless of course you're just a follower, mentally you're going to just be a follower type person. So, anyways, you're not developing your individuality and shit correctly, in my opinion. So, I'm no psychologist, but I stopped giving a fuck what people think. Around age 13. Anyway, because it's you're never gonna make everybody happy anyway.
Who's threatened somebody's
Sounds
life?
back.
I don't understand.
What was that?
James Fraser is saying in the side chat. So you're cool with people threatening others' lives on the internet, correct?
Who, me?
I don't know who he's referring to.
Well, he must be referring to me. Then people making lame little threats online. Yeah, I think that bothering the police and with stupid shit like that is really unacceptable behavior. Nobody's gonna do anything if they're talking shit behind a keyboard, because it's a pretty strong indication that they're a fucking coward anyway. So why would you even sweat it? Why do we need to bother police and shit like that and tangle the courts up with fucking nonsense that just continues to cost us as citizens anyway? Because we get to pay for the whole fucking shit show. So anyway, yeah, I'm not worried about people making dumbass threats online. If they want to come and kill me, give it a shot. You know what I'm saying? Give it a shot, buddy. Fuck, if you can even fucking hunt me down, buddy, I'll be impressed. But now, once you get here, now you got to deal with me when you're fucking standing on my property. Uh-oh, now you got a whole new situation. Ain't this a bitch?
Jared, I want you to have the chance to engage with Isaac. I said what I said. Unless you want to retort to it before you engage with Isaac, go ahead. I won't say a word. But
yeah, I
would like you to talk with Isaac.
Can I request to just have Will and Smokey on the panel, just so it's
That's
not like
fine.
2 or 3 versus 1?
Well, what about Isaac? Because I do kind of want you to engage with Isaac.
He can come back after I
So I'm guessing like Will Kincaid looks as though he likes going to like the Renaissance Fair or something, because now he's loosened up a little bit. He changed from the Amish blouse arrangement he had going on to the medieval bartender look. So
explain my side. I just want to be able to get my side out first.
Will, real quick, let's give Jared the floor. Come on, take everyone out except you, me, and Jared. All right, go ahead, Jared. You have the floor.
Okay. So, first of all, I'm not afraid of Isaac. Okay, I'm not afraid of anybody. So let's just get that out of the way. Second of all, the reason why I blocked you is because, frankly, I find you a nuisance because I find you to not even address any of the arguments that I put through. And when I block you, you go on your sock account and comment on my posts. So I go ahead and block that again. And notice how I didn't block Smokey. So obviously that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. It's just I don't want to deal with you because I don't feel like you addressed the argument. And third of all, let me just give you some background as to what happened. Isaac was in the Discord that I'm in with James, that's opening the scroll, and Stefan and all that. And he was in our Discord. And in the beginning, we were all buddy. We were all hanging out because we all had a common, I guess, quote unquote, foe, and that was praise. And we were just like, dealing with things with praise because praise was coming after them and everything. And the thing is in my defense, I told them I even told him in private, I don't agree with what Mac is doing with the videos and stuff like that. I don't agree with how he's going about it, and that's my opinion. And they said, okay, yeah, that's fine to have that opinion. And also, I even told them to leave Isaac alone. They should stop dealing with him because I saw that Jared TK and James and them were messing with him, and I told them, like, guys, just leave him alone. Stop engaging with him. So in a sense, I did kind of stick up for Isaac by telling them to leave them alone. Just because I don't do it publicly doesn't mean I'm not doing it privately. Also, I don't like to really get involved in YouTube online drama that has nothing to do with me. If I see it happening, I'll give my opinion, but I don't see how I'm obligated to insert myself into things that have nothing to do with me. It's kind of like how, I'll give a political analogy, how the U.S. gets involved in every little thing that we don't need to be involved with. It just makes no sense.
Really quick, while we're on the subject of why it doesn't make sense, is just, if anybody wants to do a little bit of research, go back to 1913, research the Federal Reserve Act. Then fast forward to 1933 and look at the oh man, I'm gonna misname the actual acts of law that they. Anyways, it's the Trading with the Enemy Act, the War Powers Act, and the what did they call it for the bankers' holiday and all of that? Oh man, I'm forgetting the name. Anyways, that's what you need to pay attention to, because that right there is what flips the script on the structure of the trust and made we, the people, the trustees, and the government, the beneficiaries. So that's what so that's why they need to be in a constant war, in constant conflict to enact the War Powers Act, so that we are pretty much made fucking slaves. You know what I mean? We work for the government, they don't work for us, as long as we're in some kind of war or skirmish or whatever the fuck they want to call it. But that is the reason why. Once you understand that, then the constant wars make a whole lot of sense. So, anyhow, had to chime in.
It has nothing to do with me. I didn't cause it. I don't want to add to it. So I try to stay out of it. So unless I really feel the need to actually say something, but I did tell them to back off, to just leave him alone and to move on from him, because I did see that well, I didn't see it. They told me that he got really upset in a stream, and I felt bad. And I told them, I was like, I told you guys to leave him alone. I don't know why you guys didn't leave him alone. So that's my whole thing.
Okay.
So
I have before Isaac comes in, if I could, just real quick, because Jared, I don't want to take a wrong position, and I'm willing to give everyone benefit of the doubt a little bit, but I think I
He
remember.
just said,
I think it was
I don't
you
want
and
to
Jared.
take a wrong position. That's fucking hilarious.
Brandon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go because I don't want to listen to the rest of this. Really.
What? You're not totally fucking mind-numbingly bored with this lame ass shit? I'm shocked, Bob.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I
I
don't
agree.
really want to listen to. I'm assuming Isaac's gonna go on for about half hour.
Yeah, I'm already. That's why I was sitting here doing this, and I was looking. I don't know if you can see that on the screen of why I'm
Oh
sitting
yeah,
scrolling through this shit, because I'm like, if this is just going to be the same crowd and the same bullshit over and over again, I'm wrapping this up too.
All
So
right.
as far as I don't want to sit here and listen to any more of this dumbass video and watch everybody pet each other and have this fucking false piety fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? I'm not at all interested in it in any way. So anyhow, that's where, there's no ifs, ands, or buts, not a single sliver of doubt in my mind whatsoever. Smokey is Josh. Period. You're guilty as a motherfucker. You need to fucking get right. You have no grounds whatsoever to jump on any moral high horse in any live stream community that exists. So you need to learn how to be humble, which is never going to fucking happen with Smokey. Which is why you're not going to follow God's instructions, and you're not ever going to if you're not going to follow the instructions, then you're not going to receive. It's just that simple. You will not receive him if you will not fucking obey, dude. I know a lot of people don't like that obey word, but that's what it is. So, yeah. What time is it in England, Bob?
It's 9:15 in the evening.
Oh, nice. So you guys are, battening down for the evening.
Well, I'm gonna have something to eat. Yeah, Smokey's just not gonna.
He's
I've got
never
no
going to
time for
accept
any of them.
responsibility. He'll never humble himself and just admit,
He can't even
yes.
be honest about people. I mean, he will never believe that someone can actually be honest and truthful and state a fact
Well,
about themselves.
yeah. Well, I mean,
He will always think you're wrong, or he'll call it a liar or something.
Well, to me, it exposes his need for acceptance. This whole group, I see this huge need for acceptance. I'm not going to include Jared in that. You know what I mean? I kind of like Jared. He's, coming around. He was a dick to me when we first met, and our first few interactions and shit. But the last few have been pleasant. Seems like he's maturing or whatever. So anyway, but I see this huge need for acceptance, even in Smokey. This huge need for acceptance that keeps driving this behavior. He's so scared of what other people think about him that he will never just face the embarrassment of fessing up and saying, yes, I'm Josh. Fuck, I'm sorry, man, but I'm ready to, start acting like a man.
I have noticed one thing though, Brandon. Apart amongst others, they all seem to think that they're in leadership positions or they should be leaders or they're
Oh, yes,
leading.
you're fucking absolutely, totally on point with that one. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, you are not fit for a teacher position, buddy. When, I'm not. I'm not fit for a teacher's position. And I recognize that though. Sure, I know a lot of stuff, but I do not have a talent for teaching. I know when there's somebody when they have a God given talent for something, then that's somebody God chose for the position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't see any of them as being leaders.
No.
Or teachers. None of
No.
that.
No, you have to be a man first.
Yeah.
You
That would
do. I'm
help.
not
Yeah.
trying to be even funny.
Yeah.
I'm saying straight up. If you're going to be a leader, dude, you have to accept responsibility for every fucking thing. That's what leadership is. It's my fault for hiring this fucking idiot that, went and flooded this entire fucking engine room because he didn't turn a fucking valve off. You know what I'm saying? And you as the business owner or the leader, you're the one who has to answer for that shit. You're the one that's going to be held responsible from the customer or client or whatever. And until you accept that type of behavior, you're not a fucking man. You're in no way fit for a leadership position unless you can accept responsibility. And they do not do that. You want all of this respect without earning it. That's
Yeah.
not
They
That's
do.
not how it works.
Just not getting it. Not from me.
Yeah. Well, it's part of growing up, though. And these guys mentally are not grown ups. That's all there is to it. I don't see any kind of, I think that Smokey is totally pride driven. And that's why he's in the space and position in life that he's in. So, but there's still time, there's still hope. You can get right with God. You can start serving Him instead of serving yourself. You know what I mean? You can start worrying about what He thinks versus what everyone else thinks at any time. You know what I mean? And that will be acceptable behavior to other Christian men. But if you're not gonna, if you ain't gonna fucking accept responsibility and behave like a man, then no, you're sorry, you're never gonna be accepted by me. Not that I'm anybody significant. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna chum around with you. I want to be surrounded by men of God that stand for truth to the fucking death. Those are the kind of people I want to be surrounded with. To me, that's real Christianity right there. That, yeah, this sucks. This sucks. That, my flesh wants to do all of these things that would be displeasing to God, and therefore I have to exercise discipline to not, jump into self indulgence. When, this is death to self thing. As far as, he who tries to save his life will lose it, and he who loses his life for my sake will keep it. So that's what it is. Death to your will, and now it's, let your will be done, Lord. That's the Christian duty, and it does take time and, growth and discipline in order to be more and more obedient. And the more obedient you get, the more abundant life will become. And that's what it does just take time to, because no one can just tell you that or teach you that. It's what you have to experience, the Holy Spirit, God, through experience is teaching you. That's why it's important to be a doer of the word and not a hearer only. When you apply all of the principles and see the effect that it has in real world application, all it does is continue to build more and more trust in your, relationship with God. So that's my little, 2 cents on the matter. So, anyways, but yeah, this is, I don't want to chum around with a bunch of childish bullshit when we're watching the world fucking, you know, do exactly what the Bible said was going to happen. And we're just sitting around doing nothing and bickering and arguing and all this bullshit. So, anyway. But yeah, I've had enough of, Smokey and all of his false fucking piety and bullshit. Just sick of all of the lies and little games. And so that's why I wanted to jump on with this fucking nonsense today, because it's just disgusting. So, this fucking idiot thinks in his delusional brain that he's got everybody fooled. Not me.
Oh, he thinks everybody is a fool.
Yep.
He said he hates all Christians, and yet all those people that side with Smokey, if you can call it that, all say that they're Christian.
Sure.
Don't they?
Well, that's,
So,
you get a lot of people that profess to be Christian, but I mean, it's, but it seems like, nobody gives a shit about the spiritual warfare. And they've got, all of these little, cute little romantic little ideas about God in their head that, are absolutely affecting their performance. So, what are you doing for God? You know what I mean? What are you doing for God? Oh, I'm just fucking I come on and read the Bible on YouTube. Oh, right on. I don't think that's, we're supposed to be engaging with this world and, you know what I mean? Standing for the truth and doing something to combat all of the evil in this world. So, but nobody's doing anything. So, anyways, no faith, no faith in action. Just a lot of tough talk from a bunch of keyboard cowboys. So, and hey, here I am on a live stream now. So, anyways, at the risk of being a hypocrite, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream and get some actual work done today. So, I appreciate you popping on, Bob.
Yeah, no problem.
So,
I'll see you later, Brandon.
Yep, you have a good evening.
Yeah.
So, alrighty, y'all. God bless. Hope y'all have a good rest of your day and enjoyed the exposure of the nonsense of Josh, Carl, Smokey, or whoever he is. You know what I mean? What nonsense.